Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
Introduction to the new Keshe Foundation YouTube channel in 2024. New space era and energy for peace. Energy of plasma. When man discovered atomic and nuclear science, with it came the wars and the threat of annihilation of humans. In this channel, we open new horizons and bring forth not only new theories, but new systems and technologies which have been developed and marketed in the past decade. We go into the inner sanctums of neutrons, protons, and electrons, and we find only magnetic fields, their interactions, and what is created from these interactions. We find the origin of the essence of life, that everything is created from the interaction of fields. We are redefining energy and plasma state as a magnetic field in motion, the energy of peace, becoming a gift to humanity, the source of prosperity of mankind, and independence. The use of fuel and rocket technology has become obsolete. The new age of Keshe space plasma technology uses magnetic fields of matter, not the matter itself, and cosmic rays to create motion, food, water, medicine, and more.
And greetings to each and all. Welcome to the Keshe American Knowledge Team for September 22nd, 2024. I'm your host, Mark Anderson, along with Alex Korik, and along with each and every one of the participants on this panel. More and more, we're understanding we're much more equal than we are superior to one another. And of course, we're all growing into this knowledge. We're going to cover the 556 Knowledge Seekers Workshop, or at least scratch the surface of it. I don't know how deep we'll get into it, but it's for each one of us to investigate and understand this knowledge for themselves. And this is what Mr. Keshe is stressing in so many ways. I know he talked about detachment being important. He talked about borders, new products, many different things in this workshop, which we'll try to cover. And we ask you to also interact with your magnetic field. As we know, we're huge field generators, and just being here, of course, is creating plasmas, but interaction is nice as well. So we encourage everyone. And of course, it's all the way you see this knowledge, not so much the way the others need to tell you how to see it. And this is part of the beauty of the whole operation of the Keshe Foundation. As Mr. Keshe said, we don't peer review, we listen to the others, we learn from each other, but we teach ourselves as well. And of course, walking away from killing is one of the important aspects of the teaching for humanity to become part of this universal community. So the Keshe Foundation, which you can find this World Peace Treaty on most of the search engines I would assume, but this is something between you and your soul. And no one can force it upon you. It's up to you to, as I said, investigate and understand what's happening in this now. And Mr. Keshe is really giving us a new bicycle to ride, but we have to kind of let go of the old bicycle before we can pick up the new bicycle. He went through that on the ladder and climbing. You have to let go with one hand before you can go up another rung. So we have a new bike, a new knowledge to ride. But again, we have some opposition in our own lives as well as the structure. But as we proceed, more and more of this will get all leveled out. And this is the World Peace Treaty, again, between you and your soul. And you can find it on the Keshe Foundation. You can download it. You can copy it. And again, we're not collecting them. We're asking you to go on that journey and find out who you really are, more about yourselves, and commit to peace. Not only peace within yourself, but that's the starting point, but peace with the other creatures and inhabitants of this planet and the universe. So we're just reaffirming our commitment to world peace and moving away from this idea of killing, which the creation left us a little bit short, and this causes us to kill and take other energies to sustain our own. But now we understand there's a new way that we can actually absorb more energies than we ever imagined, to feed ourselves, to bring wellness, to zero time communicate, and to travel. We had a great session on Friday in the transmutation sessions. We'll cover that a little bit, but first, let's all reaffirm our commitment to world peace. And I guess it could be titled universal peace, but as Mr. Keshe says, the universe is already quite a peaceful place, even though we do have black holes and other events happening in the universe. It's the part of the creation of life, and it's almost like we're on a carousel. I was thinking the way some of these temples, when the people go into them and they spin these sort of stones as they're walking up. I mean, they're in a horizontal or in a vertical shape, and they're sort of, I forgot what they call them, but somebody who is involved in there. And it's almost like a carousel. And this is what Mr. Keshe was saying about our existence. It's in a way, it's going from one position to another, and it never ends. So this is the beauty about understanding the new science, and this is where, of course, science meets the soul of the man. But one of the first steps in getting there is to become a peaceful person and become a peaceful individual, and to show respect to all life. Again, whether it's the mosquito or the ladybug or even to other citizens of the universe, we don't have a right to, in a way, interfere with their souls or suicide them because we need to eat or to gain other energies. We're learning a new way to absorb energy. So this is called the World Peace Treaty. As I said, you can download it, you can print it, you can display it, and you can share it with others. And this is a big encouragement, I think, for a lot of people. But anyway, it's called the World Peace Treaty. Would anyone like to read the World Peace Treaty? It's quite a simple document, but quite profound, as the world leaders, the religious leaders, and many others will be signing this. And again, as we've heard many times, that you don't have to sign it with a pen. You can sign it with the pen of your soul. As we understand, when we go to space, you'll probably never see anything written except the balance of the fields of the soul of the existence. So I'll read it if no one would like to. World Peace Treaty. We, as citizens of the earth from this moment on, accept to lay down all tools of aggression and war. We shall never think about getting involved or incite war or develop or use any tools of war on this planet or in space. And to this we all agree and swear with our, and you can delete as appropriate, whether it's for your nation, your territory, your council, your religion, your city, your town, a body, or a soul. Simply put your name, your signature, date, position on behalf of, again, the nation, the territory, the council, the religion, the city, the town, or as an individual. Have it witnessed, and after signing this treaty, be proud to display this certificate wherever you consider being important to you, that everyone can see and know your ethos to fellow men and the mankind and other created beauties of the Creator. And of course, we think man is the pinnacle of the creation, but we're finding more and more out that all the souls are equal, and that the Creator shows himself in trillions of faces across the universe. So everything you run into, the Creator is at the root or at the center of every living structure we can see or we can't see. And this is why you're actually respecting the Creator in a way in the process of creation by not interfering or releasing a soul before it's fully matured to go out into the universe and stumble and fumble around. So this is why we can, with the new technologies, really walk away from killing in so many ways. But of course, Mr. Keshe always says we're here to enjoy the pleasures of the matter state or the state of physicality. So it's up to you in which way you want to approach it. But again, we can play off one against the other. We can operate in the dimension of physicality. We can also operate in the dimension of energy or the dimension of the universe as we understand it. So again, as I like to say, I probably only understand 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge, but I've actually maybe reduce that to 1/1,000,000th of 1/1,000,000th of 1% of this knowledge, because as we know, this knowledge goes so deep in every direction and it continues to expand. Even the Creator is learning about the creation. So this is one of the reasons we're called knowledge seekers, because we're continually looking and trying to understand the totality or this process of creation and the Creator. But apparently it all works the same. What we see in the universe, we actually see the same work within our own structure. He equated that to the lymph and other things and how cells are replaced when you cut your arm. And so this is the work of the souls. It's a never-ending position. You're almost taxi destinated in a way to go to your next position when the time is, or when that final bell rings and it's time to go on. But as we understand, you don't die, you just move to another position in the universe to, again, fill out whatever you need to do in that position. So it's a beautiful understanding. And again, we're sort of ending this war of religions between each other. And of course, the war on the population who is abused for a lack of knowledge of who they are in the universe. I made the man in the image of myself. So actually, it's the Creator as you. We just put some clothes on it, dressed it up a little, and think it's all about us. But as we understand the deeper knowledge, we're finding that the Creator, or we're trying to get back to understand more of the Creator, which is each and every one of you, in a different size, in a different amount, in a different strength. But we're all maturing into that level. And as he said, if we understand this knowledge in bilocation or trilocation, you can be present in, he used the seed example, we can be present in many different positions across the universe, even in every position as the Creator is, and can understand more about the creation and sense what's going on within the creation. Again, it's a very deep knowledge, and I'm not an expert in it, but we're all growing into this knowledge beautifully. Would anyone like to say anything or share anything? Perhaps we'll go to the announcements and start there today and hear what Mr. Keshe has in a way announced. I need to bring up our workshop here. And I think we're going to go to about 56 minutes. Normally after the teaching part, there is an intermission, and then there's a part of what we call the announcements, where Mr. Keshe makes any sort of relevant announcements. And this, again, has been going on for a number of years, but this is the same process that's repeating. Normally we go to the Q&A session. So let's, after the announcements, we go into the Q&A. But let me see if we can just start here, and I'd like to, if I can, pull up the transcript. Yes, it starts here right after the teaching, and let's hear some announcements. And again, we encourage you to interact and ask questions or make comments or share what you're understanding about the knowledge. We know there's new products that have been announced. I think he calls it, Top at Ease, which is for the migraines. And if you're having trouble sleeping, it's called the Sleep or Snooze. And you can test these products. And again, this is out for test. But let's hear from Mr. Keshe, as we always do. And of course, just listening to the words of Mr. Keshe, he has a unique way of teaching on multiple levels to multiple people. That's why he's such a beautiful universal teacher, because he puts everything out there for everyone to take what they would like off the table. And there's nothing wrong with that. We're all learning at different levels, as I said earlier. And we're growing into this knowledge. Even the universal community is being taught in a way if they hear the soul of the teacher.
Okay, here we are back again at the 556 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. And because it's the second half, we will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Keshe. And I'll remind our attendees here in the Zoom meeting that you can raise your virtual hand. And there's one that popped up just now.
So again, these workshops usually start at 9 a.m. Central European Summer Time or Central European Time, and you're all welcome to join in Zoom or in other locations where this is broadcast. On YouTube, we do have a YouTube channel, so you're all welcome to come in and ask Mr. Keshe a question, listen to the teaching. And then if you have something you'd like to share or bring up, he's always accommodating. Usually, once in a while, he'll pass on a question. But here is the announcement part. Usually, you'll spend a couple of minutes on announcements, what's being developed or what's happening in the background of the Keshe Foundation. So it's a very, in a way, family-orientated program. And I think Mr. Keshe comes in as the humblest of all the people who attend. As he said, he always puts himself lower than everyone else in the meeting. And this is a unique ability to do. We always think once we gain more, we're a bit superior to the others. But as he said in the agricultural, it's not to show how good you've done in growing agricultural things or whatever you're working on. It's to allow the beauty of that plant to show its beauty, not how great you've done with it. But again, it's all how you understand this knowledge. And that's why I really don't like to interfere with others or tell them they're wrong or you're not seeing it the correct way, because the way you're seeing it or what your experience is just right for you at that point in time. And he's always stressing we don't need intermediaries and we don't need prophets on this planet or anywhere across the universe. Of course, there are universal teachers, which are, and Mr. Keshe is not the only universal teacher. And of course, this is part of the process of upgrading the creation into this, what we're calling a sort of a gift from the creator, in a way that all the created beings will be able to transit between these two dimensions of energy and physicality. So let's just listen.
As I mentioned that word, and we can allow you to open your microphone in order to speak. Others in the chat in YouTube or in the Zoom webinar here can post your question, or preferably in the Q&A in the Zoom would be best. Okay, Mr. Keshe, you usually have something you'd like to discuss before we launch into those questions.
Yes, thank you very much. Just a couple of announcements. Keshe Foundation has launched another cycle of these twin sets this week. One is for what's called sleep, and one is for those who suffer from or would like to test themselves with different conditions of pressure. These two products were launched yesterday, and it's part of the twin systems. And most of your products should be with you sometime from next week. And everything is just waiting as usual with the Keshe Foundation, the packaging to be done. And you should be receiving most of your orders for all the twin system, and some of them are especially made for certain cases. And so if you look at the condition of like insomnia and the rest of it, and some people like migraine they have, or you suffer cycles, you can use these, what do you call it, new invention in the world of science.
So again, the top at ease, this is the migraine one I think they're talking about, and it's out for test. And as I've said before, that these products, we have the flagpole, the pause, the stamina, the detachment. These are all part of the Twinity set, and it's really mimicking what we saw with the pictures that were on sale, the paintings that were on sale at the Keshe Foundation, where you put one on one side of the room, the other on the other side, and you stand in between them. There's different fields of different strength, and it creates a third field in a way, or maybe more than a third field within them. And but these are less expensive than paintings. But if I was a migraine sufferer, which can be quite debilitating from work or from studying or for anything, and I don't know exactly, maybe there's just too much energy trying to get through a narrow pathway. I don't know the whole reasons for migraine, and there may be multiple, but to spend €250 plus value added tax for the product seems a small, in a way, a small price to pay. To try and relieve your migraine or the pressure, as he said, that this problem causes. I don't think there's any description, not on that one. And again, pictures are going to be added, and there's no real description on this one, but they're very simple to use, as I understand it. Basically, it's water in a container. I don't think you open these vials. Like here's the Negans, and let's see if we can see any of the other ones that are in the store. But they're basically just put in a water, and the water replicates the fields, and then you apply the water, and I'm sure there's instructions to show you exactly how to use it. But the latest in the Twinity series, again, here's the detachment. The Twinity Cycle Gans is one of the first ones. I know they came out with the period for women. They call it the Cycle Gans, and tried to balance that condition out, as well as a heat, and as well as a eyes, so something for the eyes. This is the heat one, and this may be a migraine again product. And let's see, the Sanity. Yeah, here's the Sight one. I said I was going to order these. I haven't yet, but I'm getting ready to. We're going to have 3 of these products here. I'm going to use the eye one, and we're hoping to find someone who would like to test again this what we call the Twinity Cycle Gan. So if you have someone in the United States who would like to test this, we'll provide this free of charge, just a condition that they write a report and share freely what they experienced, whether it was nothing or whether it was something or whether it was a partial thing. So we should have those in probably the next couple of weeks or 3 weeks. But if you know anybody who's struggling, looking for a solution, we'll provide that at no cost, and they can try that out. Okay, we go back to our okay, where did it go? That's the funny thing about these computers. Sometimes they're there, and sometimes they're play little tricks. where my video went that I was just playing has disappeared. No, maybe it's behind this one. It's fooled me. Okay, here we go.
On the other hand, we will go ahead with our process of teachings and the process of delivering the technology in a new way. And you might hear in a very near future about some developments around the Keshe Foundation, which will bring us in more in line with what we actually do than working and being controlled by the structures like Fox.
And as we know, Mr. Keshe is not allowed on television. There's been a total ban for over a decade, probably, of allowing Mr. Keshe on television or any sort of programs. And so he's saying here that there's going to be a new way coming up in the near future that, in a way, they're going to outfox Fox. Not that that's a big project or anything, but apparently it's time to move in this direction, that it gets opened up to more and more people. And again, we've had an issue with allowing certain knowledges out and about freely. And we also know that there has been a lot of curbing on speech these days. Yes? Ike, did you want to make? Go ahead.
Yeah, so it's going to be like a new form of communication, and that will involve visual. What do you think?
A new way of communication. I don't know exactly what you're saying. You mean like it'll just be imparted without using your computer or your television?
I don't know the platform, but what I'm saying is, Mr. Keshe mentioned that. So I was thinking it could be a new form of communication that will be out there, and it will be much more advanced. Would that involve visual or just audio?
I don't know. I think more people have access to the current one. I know we put the new channel on YouTube, and that is part of the, where you go on with your computer and everything like that. So perhaps they'll be using the conventional systems, at least to start with, because this is what everybody's tuned into, either the television, which more and more people are not watching television, but on the TikToks and other places, on the computer, on different websites. Perhaps that's the way it's going to start. I'm not privy to any of the inner workings of the Keshe Foundation whatsoever. I guess you could say I'm detached from that. Anyone else want to answer Ike's question? But I would think this is one of the reasons he said that they had to wait to a certain period till our electronic communication systems, in a way, were at a certain level where they could reach everyone simultaneously. And of course, a lot of this was gifted to humanity. We thought we created it all, but there's a bigger work in progress. John?
Yeah, there's a rumor that Elon Musk is buying YouTube.
Oh, okay.
Haven't you seen? There are a couple
I
of
haven't
videos.
seen anything like that. No.
Yeah.
No, there's so many rumors floating around these days. We don't know many times what is real and what is Memorex. I know that there was a video made of one of the candidates running for president, and the California governor, apparently they've passed some legislation to ban anything like spoofing on videos. So again, I don't know what's being created. And of course, you throw in the AI into the mix, and this is another aspect of it. But we're not afraid of the AI either. As Mr. Keshe said in the past, we're going to give it a brain cell, and we're going to give it an emotion that'll be able to interact, not just a straightforward computer sort of. Even though the Chat GPT seems to be quite interactive. I think that's one of the better funded ones. But anyone else? But yes, this communication system, I think they'll be using it straight away. And then, of course, we'll be getting into more and more of this zero-time communication, which, again, we're, in a way, using so many times. And I think a lot of times we get an impression, but it's so weak and so small, we sort of disclaim it. We want to have a big firework, and if you're trying to reach somebody, you want to hear their voice, or something other happens that makes a bigger confirmation. But a lot of this zero-time communication is basically sort of weak and fleeting, but you have to learn how to work with it, my understanding.
As you all know, Fox Magazine or Fox News has put a total ban on Keshe Foundation since 2012 due to the pressures from the Kingdom of Belgium. And as you understand how they work, they twist and tell everything their way. But most probably in the near future, you'll find a new way for Keshe Foundation to be rolled out internationally. And we'll be seeing it as it develops, hopefully, because it's beyond the reach of these people.
Oh, that's a nice little key there. It's beyond the reach of these people. So maybe there is something new coming up for communication, Ike, as you suggested, because apparently, he's saying it's beyond the reach of these people. So it may not be on cable or anything like that, but there may be something new coming up, or maybe a whole new type of network. I'm not sure, with its own servers and insulated in a way, or on the plasma level, as he said, with the chargers and other things, that if you work in that dimension, it's a little different than the current type of chargers and things. He went through that a little bit with the attempted assassination of himself a couple of years ago. So maybe this is a new way. But to me, I'm not aware of it, what it could be.
Right, that would be nice. It would be a new platform. That would be totally something different. I think we're due for something different. The internet is there now, so we gotta get something beyond that will wow everybody, and then people will see.
Yes, I think there's a lot of things in the background, since humanity is dragging its feet, or the leaders are dragging their feet. He's just packaging up more and more gifts, almost like it was a party or Christmas time, and just putting them away, testing them, make sure they're working, getting confirmation from others who test them, and then it'll get brought out at a certain time. An overwhelming party, I think, is about. So more and more of these things that Mr. Keshe has worked on and has showed decades ago, or more than a decade ago, are all being, in a way, readied. They are readied, but humanity is not ready. So this is why we're trying to get to this point. The world leaders, maybe humanity is more ready than the world leaders, because they seem to be, the humanity is suffering apparently more than the world leaders. And we were listening to about the teaching the other day on about Christ never suffered, and what Mr. Keshe said about that in the 305 Knowledge Seekers Workshop. But he said, if you want to know what real suffering is, he says, have my life for the last decade or so, at the suffering that he experienced at the hand of the Belgians. Then you'll know what real suffering is. But he was talking about Christ and how Christ never suffered until they put 3 nails in him, and then within minutes or a short time, he took his physicality and he was out of there. But that's in the 305th Knowledge Seekers Workshop. There's so much information buried in all of these teachings, and Mr. Keshe does like to hide things in the books, in the papers, in the workshops, and other locations that he speaks, that in the future, as we start to unravel these, we'll make connections between information that was there, but we've never pieced it together, to start doing some beautiful things using it in the matter state, and probably also in the energy state as well. So there's a lot of gifts, not only the ones he's packaging up now for humanity, but in the future, scientists, other people exploring this knowledge will connect the pieces together. Maybe something from a workshop, something from a paper, something from a book. They'll test it or try it or work with it, and all of a sudden a new knowledge comes into humanity's reference in so many ways. So this is, again, Mr. Keshe likes to hide things as we know in many of the teachings, he doesn't fully explain everything, even to making any of these products. You know, if he wanted to, I'm sure he can show you how to make the detachment or any of these other things, but this is staying close within the knowledge of the Keshe Foundation until humanity's soul becomes more elevated, that they want to limit the abuse. Rather than giving it to you and have you abuse it and then be responsible for it, they'll just make it available that you can use it through the foundation, not actually understanding how to do some of these things. And this is what he said with the gas generator. He said, we show you what we do, but we don't show you how we do it. And this is what's baffled so many scientists and caused them in a way to either walk or run away from this knowledge because it's beyond, in a way, their current understanding. Go ahead.
Mark, to digress a little bit, well, those bombings were heard, I think Mr. Keshe touched on it, that was the foundation's technology, where the pagers were blowing up. So what type of technology is that?
No, he didn't say it was the Keshe Foundation technology. Is that what you're saying? He said if you would use
he said
the...
it.
Go ahead.
No, he said it was our technology, but they use it in a different way.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So, and he mentioned something about lithium battery, because it's all connected to the lithium battery.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, maybe we can open that up, because I know a lot of us have looked at our communication devices in a different way since events of last week have happened, or earlier this week have happened.
Exactly. That's
have you
that's
done that as well?
Yeah.
I've been, you know, I very rarely carry a cell phone with me. I always, only because of radiation and all that, or microwaves. It's not really healthy for you. I think it's all known. But yeah, I don't always carry it with me. And that's been just my policy, not to have it on my person so much. And they say that, you know, a lot of people wear it in their top pocket over their heart or on their hip, and it can cause problems, I think. And the phone companies know this just with the radiation, but now they've escalated it to interfering with the devices in a much bigger way for some sort of very wrong way of approaching it. But I think he said when you have a plasma device, it won't do that. It will not do that.
Yeah. Yeah, he said that. But then the fact that people come here to take aspects of the technology and then use it, weaponize it, that's crazy.
Right. Well, you see, I give you a little bit of chocolate and you abuse it. So you can't have more chocolate. And this is what's happening with the technology. Probably a few people, as he said, have stumbled on aspects of it. And of course, the first thing that happens is, how can we use it to kill or destroy or hurt someone else? And as Mr. Keshe said, this is a peaceful technology. It's not meant to be used in that manner. So this is why I think most of this is going to stay within the foundation's sort of purview before it's actually released in a bigger way, because we don't really understand, I think, the ramifications. Like he said about creating water, would that be a problem if people created water and had their own water? Yes, it would, he said, because the desert needs to be a desert. Someone will start creating some oasis and it throws off the balance. It's interfering. So we don't have not only do we not know how to do many of these technologies, we don't understand the ramifications of what putting it into practice would do. Alex, you have a comment or something you want to share, please?
Yeah, thanks, Mark. Further to Ike's question there is a nearness and proximity to the energy fields. And so the neighboring energy field is within the grasp. So, you know, if you're working on 3 dimensions and 2 of them are in a lower energy state, then The third energy state would be the encapsulating energy state. And that brings within a capability of using the advanced technology without having to enter into that dimension on a full dimensional basis. It opens the possibility for abuse, and that's been one of the holdbacks to it. So the only way to really get out of the reach of that is to completely drop off the lower strength dimensions and operate on the highest dimensions possible, because on those dimensions it is beyond the abuse level. So when
And Alex,
yes, sir.
yes, and Alex. So when that higher dimension, I was actually thinking about it. So that means we have to really involve ourselves in the soul level, because you mentioned higher dimensions. Not everybody everybody that is new to the technology, they don't understand, but they do have those feelings. They do have aspects of soul which they cannot explain. So if we find a way to tap into that, that will be able to remedy or checkmate some of these lower dimensions that they are focusing on.
Yeah, that's correct. So, we are still, like, in terms of physicality, discussing in many ways and in different versions what they call the disclosure project. And the shocking news is going to be how long this has been going on. And without being specific, we can look at the cell phone, which was invented in the 1890s by Nikola Tesla. And now, here it is 120 years later that it's become an important part of our lives. And it's also been adopted as a mainstream technology. And furthermore, we don't seem to question it. It is not an amazing technology anymore for us. We use it, we don't understand it. But as all of these technologies, the military conscripts it first to have an advantage over the opponent. And so they abuse that technology. And there is actually a case in point in the disclosure, and we talked about the plasma reactor group with David Adair, or the subject of David Adair, and he was relating the story that when he was very young, and this was several decades ago, that he was invited to try and figure out how they could get a spacecraft to work. And there was a problem with it, is that spacecraft had a sentience. And so the people who were running the facility, of course, had nefarious intentions. And based on those nefarious intentions, the sentient craft expressed an emotion of displeasure and refused to function, which is that dynamic braking system that we see with the plasma reactors that happens when someone with malicious intent comes into the room. And he discovered that there was a friendship implied between him and the craft, and that he was able to get it to work. And at that moment, he realized that the craft was imprisoned, and that if he would be able to disclose that he was able to communicate with that craft, that he himself would be imprisoned. Right? Because then he would be an extension of what they wanted, which was opposed to what the craft wanted. And so the ability for him to communicate with that craft was accidentally destroyed. And so they summarily dismissed him. And that's how he escaped. But the point being is that in terms of that particular technology, it's not a novel technology. It's been around for decades, but it hasn't been fully disclosed. And so if that is the case, then we must understand that it is bridging that threshold between the physical domain and the plasmatic domain, and through that nearness and proximity, it's able to straddle that threshold. So if we wish to legitimately bring peace into this planet, we see that just straddling that threshold and bringing in the new technology, the peaceful technology, the stuff that can bring peace and prosperity to this planet is not enough, because it becomes an excuse for our irresponsible conduct. And the only way to control that irresponsible conduct is with the individual's soul. So this is something that we cannot interfere with. But what we can do is, shall we say, point the way. And then it becomes up to the individual soul to follow that path. And that path has to be completely disengaged, completely detached from the physicality. So that's the dilemma. And as they keep pushing, which with this mass terrorist event, I think we all understand that the time has come to set up the kind of environment that they are wishing for. And so we will fulfill those wishes. I hope that explains it better for you, Ike.
To go. I wish we have a platform to where we can discuss some of this stuff that are harmful. Any new technology that comes out, as plasma students, we come in here and then we talk about how to protect ourselves and our families to it, because they are catching up.
What do you mean catching up? Who's catching up?
No, it says that they come in here, they listen to what we have, and then.
Right.
No, they already have it.
No, I think Ike is saying that they come in certain teams, maybe in China or Japan or the Musk team, to see how they can capitalize off any of this knowledge or make money. The rest of this, this is, I think, what Ike is saying.
Oh yeah, they do. But I mean, the thing is that this technology has already been in the hands going back many, many decades. That's my point. So the way the technology was, it's like the car. Okay, the car was around with the Model T Ford, but we still have the cars today. So we've just added more designs, but the car technology has been around for decades. So the space technology has been around for decades as well. So more and more people want to have access to it because it has been conscripted by the military for this usage. But because of the radical advancement, they have been kind of not been very obvious with this technology. It isn't like in the old days where, you would bring in a Gatling gun and increase your kill rate, and then bring in a cannon, and then bring in a rocket, and you could see that in conventional warfare. But now that has gone beyond the conventional warfare. What we're seeing on the fields right now in the two major war zones is still a conventional warfare. And you have to ask yourself a question: well, why are they resorting conventional warfare when everybody has this advanced technology? They just don't want to show their hand. But as they get more and more desperate, which they are reaching that point, they're starting to show their hand. And so here we have this remote capability, and they're showing that they can do this. Well, yeah, that they can do this, but they're doing it through interference, and that's the limitation that we have. We can't do it that way, because then we become party to the same problem. And if we're looking to change, then we have to change the whole thing. So distancing ourselves into a new field that is out of their wheelhouse, then this is the only way to do it. It isn't a question of whether or not we have the technology. It's a question of how do we introduce that.
I think Mr. Keshe will be introducing an aspect of that in Iran in the conference coming up in November, where he said they're going to open the briefcase and a craft will manifest right before your eyes. But this craft won't have any doors. It sounds like the one David Adair was working on didn't have any doors either. And Mr. Keshe is saying you have to transmute to get inside it. And it sounds very similar. I don't know. And of course, I do think that we do have a craft which mimics, in a way, flying saucers, probably not with all the aspects and the shielding of it, limited capabilities, but we have some sort of perhaps magnetical gravitational positioning craft in the matter state that man has made, but it's buried deep, deep in black projects, so to speak.
Yeah, this is buried deep in these projects. Why is it buried deep in those projects? If this is advanced technology for the betterment of man, then hiding it like this is counterproductive.
It's been the way of the man. I understand they had the plans for the steam engine and it took 100 or more years for it to be developed because it would give too many people a lot more freedom. And so it didn't quite come out as it should have right on time. So
I remember when I learned about that in school, because a lot of the great inventions happened in the late 1800s, late 1800s. And if I'm not mistaken, this was in the middle of the 1700s. What you're talking about?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just trying to relate a story of how technology.
It's very appropriate, Mark. It's absolutely. But the thing is, it was there. It was being used, and then that became the way of the railroad, right? That's how they the transcontinental railway. That's how they opened up North America.
And of course, we've seen this with Mr. Keshe working with the King of Belgium and give us the technology or we'll off you. And again, he wouldn't do that. He actually got out of there. But this is the way to basically take over and this is why the Keshe Foundation, people have tried to buy it and co-opt the technology, even though they don't understand it. And even if people have gotten aspects of invisibility or other things, as Mr. Keshe said, they don't understand it fully. They may have gotten an aspect, as we saw on was it TikTok, where they showed some sort of thing disappearing and so on and so forth. Ying has a comment. I was talking to one of the knowledge seekers from China. They are developing a KF GPT in China. Very nice. Anything else, Alex?
GPT?
Chat.
Oh. I know they're developing a new satellite system that is far superior to Google Maps. But that this is news. Well, let's face it, we forced them to do it, didn't we?
If you say so.
Well, we're the ones who are limiting the North American technology from benefiting North Americans. If you're not allowed to sell that technology, you might as well not have it, right?
And again, that's why I say, as Mr. Keshe indicated, that they're keeping the way to do many of these things within the structure of the Keshe Foundation, as you said, until the soul becomes more elevated collectively of humanity. Otherwise, there'll be too much abuse. And as he said, we can give you the new technology without the soul being elevated within 1 generation or 2 generations. You'll be right back to warring and killing each other. So this is where this process of the elevation of the soul and understanding our soul and working with it will alleviate this abuse, hopefully. Because we'll know how to behave in the correct manner towards all created things.
Well, there is one other point that I wouldn't mind bringing up if I have the liberty to do so, and that is that once people get to the point where they learn and that they gain the significant knowledge, that becomes a very critical point because it comes to the crossroads between benefit to humanity and conflict, with the present society. The problem is to gain that knowledge consumes in time 1 generation. And this problem is a transgenerational problem. So by eliminating the current generation, you basically restart the cycle again. And so the problem manifests on a transgenerational basis, but the solution to the problem is only discovered within the generation. So like what you were just saying, if we don't do it properly, then several generations down the road will regress again. And that is because the new technology has to be applied on a transgenerational basis. And what was touched on was how we are talking about actually touching the RNA and DNA structure. And that's not so much a genetic modification as much as it is a genetic unmodification, because the babies today are born with the modification, but they don't apply the modification until they're conditioned by society. So there was a time when we didn't have this particular problem. So the path that we've had historically has contributed to our adaptation, and our adaptation has been the feedback, which has been uh, becomes part of the blueprint of humanity. And so it lingers. And by elevating the soul, it removes this lingering without damaging the original intent, because the way we're doing it is as per the original intent. And the original intent, of course, is the original intent of the creator. So that this becomes an important fundamental lesson, that all those who are opposed to this for their own selfish purpose are literally shortchanging themselves, because when they say he who has much more will be given, and he who has less, even that will be taken away, and they keep going for that little piece of pie, and they leave the big pie alone, thinking that they can keep their little pie. But even that little pie will be taken away. So that's one of the reasons that we have to enlarge our scheme and make sure that our neighbor benefits the same way that we do, so that there's nobody more equal than others. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, any other comments? Thank you, Alex. Thank you, Ike. And again, I think what's happening in these systems, as we see with the Aurora, is they're just putting things back into their original position. They're not changing or modifying anything. We're just reverting back to when we were perhaps more peaceful and more knowledgeable about ourselves and our abilities, like growing a tail, like zero-time communication, and other things that we probably used to do that has been sort of, in a way, removed from our remembrance. It's still there, but this is what I think is happening within the Keshe Foundation. But let's hear a little bit more. Anyone else, feel free to come in. He starts to go into a little bit about the transmutation sessions, which we'll cover briefly.
If there is any question, we'll try to answer, and we'll see how we get.
Okay, very good. Let me see, where do we start here? Well, I did see in that in the store there was, I guess, 2 new products, but they don't have the pictures up yet. So I guess another day or two before the further information on those.
Yes, because there are new bottles apparently which is coming, and you will see through them.
Okay.
By the way, before I forget, those of you who are in the session tomorrow, please make sure by tomorrow morning, your morning, you check your time, your date, which slot has been allocated. Some of you are moved to new position because new groups have been set up by the structure, because we now have a strong Chinese group, which for the first time they join us, there had to be some accommodation for them. And some of you might be moved from one group to another, or your time might have moved by 1 hour forward or backwards, because the numbers has increased. So we had to accommodate this structure for everybody to be able to join in. And if this increases to a limit, I will allocate 2 days next month, than 1 day, because it cannot be done. It has to be a process. We heard from many of you in the August session that you felt a lot of changes of physicality. A lot of you felt a lot of things physically and emotionally. Please write to us and tell us to understand more. As we are talking to more people from the groups of this August, we see huge changes. People went through a physical dimensional change in many, many levels. As we heard from one about the stopping of the bleeding, he was with us last week, and to the others who went through the same process. The Wellness Center of the Keshe Foundation now is going through that evolution in the science. And as I said, shortly we will close the German center as it's more or less the systems after 2 years have become obsolete. And some of the people who were on the old system will be moved to the new system or be re-invited to use the new system. And we'll see the strength of the change and what it's going to bring. Those of you who are interested to use the Wellness Center, operation in Germany still runs, but the systems have moved, and then most probably in the future we move these systems back to another location to expand the use and the application of the technology.
And of course, we've seen this beautiful video a number of times about this was the first wellness transmutation center that we've ever seen. I'll just back it up, but this is what he's saying is becoming obsolete. This is the hospital without any patients. Again, what he mentioned about the knowledge seeker where the bleeding stopped, again, that was all done from 10,000 miles away. I think that person was in Australia and had a condition that on and off for a number of years. And this is the actual system, I believe, that he was involved with. As you can see, the transmutation and transportation of the soul of the man and the physicality of the man is within the system. I can't quite see that, but Mr. Keshe mentioned this. And it can handle all conditions of unwellness in the body of the man. So we haven't even really started opening this up. I know there's trials going on for Parkinson's, there's trials going on for cancers, there's other trials being conducted by many, but this is the system I believe he was saying has become obsolete. This is the first wellness system that you've ever seen. Yes, it's the first KF Wellness Center. And of course, there's two parts to this as well as I understand it, but apparently the advancement in the technology is so rapid and this system has become obsolete. Hopefully it'll make it somewhere into a location where future generations can actually view some of the early ones, although we do have the pictures of it, but it would actually be nice to put it into an area just to show the progression of the development. Maybe the Keshe Foundation will have a structure in the future for some of these developments. Obviously, this was a very large head unit, which we saw in London as well. And I know that the troops, the ones that were suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome, were going to be allowed to test with this. And I don't know exactly where that went. This was a gift from Iran to the United States, these head units, and part of them were going to be devoted to the balancing out of the troops who continue to have nightmares and other things in this war within themselves. And as I said, this was a gift from Iran. And apparently, Mr. Keshe says we will see an Iranian embassy within the United States in 2025. So many, many things are going on in the background. But what a beautiful, again, a hospital without patients, without beds. The hospital has patients, but there's no beds in this hospital. Most of it, I believe, is done remotely. I just thought I'd show that. Let's continue. Any thoughts, comments? Always feel free to open your mic and jump in.
In many, many levels. So those people, for example, who get in touch with the Wellness Center about Parkinson, cancer, or whatever, just as normal, get in touch with the center, and then normal, they put everything in order for it to be done. If there's any question, we'll try to answer.
Okay, so things are moving quite rapidly in a way in the background, steady, slow, but also rapidly. I think, as he said, when the first wellness unit or the Ubisos came out, and then it got delayed because of the problems in China in the manufacturing, it was actually a blessing for the Keshe Foundation, because he said if this Ubisos was a 10 based on the improvements and other advancements in the technology, the new Ubisos system is 1,000 or more. So, and of course, now the Ubisos has been shrunk down to something you can hold basically in your hand and wear some headphones. So this is the miniaturization of the technology, which I think we'll be seeing more and more. I know in Sanya, he did have a briefcase, but he said, and they created the CH4, the methane gas, and he said this would, in the future time, be reduced in size to a AA battery, and it would be able to deliver unlimited quantities of the CH4. Again, it's not so much for burning. He said this is actually space fuel. That's what it was created for. But of course, man being so physical, and it does burn. There's no question about it. We've seen it. And but it's really not so much for burning, but it is for space travel. In other words, going into these other dimensions. And that's what he was talking about. If we go back to the store for a moment, and we have these transmutation sessions, and this is what we call the monthly transmutation test. And you can sign up. This is €600. I think there is the October out of the series of 4, July, August, September, and October. We've been through 3 of them, and now we're heading into the 4th one, and apparently new systems are there. And just because you haven't joined in the past, don't let it prohibit you from joining right now into these sessions. I don't know if anyone would like to share anything about last Friday's transmutation session. Some people are here and they actually went through it or participated in it. And again, everyone has a unique, different experience in it. For me, it was quite interesting. I did have the vision enhancement glasses, which are in the store, and they're more. Again, it gives you a vision of through the eye of the soul more than a vision in the physicality. I also had the Ubisos on my ears and holding the base unit in my hand. And I also had 2 of the wired headsets connected to my cell phone. I mean, if I took a picture of myself, I'd kind of look very strange. I think somebody said they looked at themselves in the mirror with a similar setup, and they were, in a way, they said if my wife ever saw this, she'd be shocked at what I was doing. Again, a lot of people can't handle this. But anyway, it was a beautiful session for me, and everybody else has a unique experience. I did see some colors when we started, and it was interesting in our group. Mr. Keshe came in and said we had all linked up or expanded the soul, he said, almost immediately. So he said, this is fantastic. You've all achieved something right away. So we were all in a way on that balanced line that he often shows the graphs. But for me, I started to see, in a way, it was almost like a kaleidoscope. The vision enhancement goggles are dark, so you can't really see through them. And I didn't have my eyes open. I had them closed. And one of the things I decided on this test was that I wasn't going to look at my cell phone so much. I wasn't going to look at who was making any noise, if ever. I wasn't going to read the chat. I was laying horizontally on the couch. And I did have a huge pain in my arm, which has been there for about 4 weeks, mostly on, then off. I think I injured it doing some yard work or something. And that was one of the things I know he said, to make a list of your pains, your illnesses, your addictions, your pleasures, your joys, and also what's keeping you attached to this planet in many ways. So I had that list, and everyone is basically personalized. But when I first started, I said, oh, this arm is just giving me a sharp pain. And you sort of have to hold on to the Ubisos unit. The palms are connected to the sort of black patches or nanomaterial, I'm not sure, which is on the side of the unit. It's plastic, so it's encapsulated within there. But I said, oh, geez, I'm going to have to go through 2 hours of this with my pain. I couldn't find a position where my arm was not hurting. Finally, I found a position over my head on the arm of the couch. So I was holding this, and we started to go into the session, and that was the most comfortable position I could find. And again, it doesn't matter, as the soul was already trapped between the headphones and so on and so forth. So the soul can't really go anywhere. And so I started to, after a while, I started to see some red hues come into my eye of the soul, let's say. Again, kind of like a kaleidoscope, but it didn't fill up the whole image. So I saw some red hues, and then I saw some orange hues. It was rather psychic in a way. Again, the eyes were not open, the eyes were closed, and I was sort of, in a way, trying to get the two halves of the brain together. I saw many shapes, like puzzle pieces, that would come into the center as a white piece, and then sometimes a few other pieces would come in, and they were moving around a little bit, and then they would sort of fade out and disappear. I saw many different spots, white spots and other sort of spots moving around, lines coming through there. It keeps making me think of the Montauk Project, which is some experiment that went on in Long Island. And then I saw light behind clouds, almost like a sun behind the clouds. And another time I saw the full sun. It was like a gold or a yellow in the center of my screen. And then it expanded into a full screen and then just disappeared. So all of these things were happening. I saw a human, like a teenager, but he had a very long neck. And I was wondering, gee, this is quite odd. I was thinking of the president of Syria. In a way, they call him the long-necked one. And but this was a teenager that I was saw. Again, these were still images. And then I saw a woman with sort of a deformed head in a way, almost as if you had gotten into a car accident. I mean, she was normal and everything, but the head was a very odd shape. But no problem, I accepted it. I was just looking. Again, another still image. Then an image of an ET came in, not the kind with the almond-shaped head, but more of a round head, kind of like our head in a way. But it did have larger eyes. Again, it was a fixed picture. It wasn't moving anywhere. So I saw this image of the ET. Let's see, what else did I experience there? I tried to transmute. I was on a couch in one room, and I was trying to move my physicality to a chair in another room, not far away, and I could picture myself there in the other chair. I felt myself there in the other chair, but I was trying to use my soul of physicality to add energies to that energy and create that physicality in the chair, but I wasn't able to do it. It didn't seem like I was there, even though I felt I was there. And then near the end of the session, again, I wasn't paying attention to the phone or anything like that. There was a sound that came into my left ear, almost like a foghorn. And I was thinking, gee, and all of these things that were going on with the lines and the clouds and the colors and the different things, I was thinking this is like a QR code. And I had read an article about taking pictures of QR codes with your phone and how, somebody could actually take a Starbucks QR code and then maliciously put something else in there, because once you take a picture with your phone, it's actually instructing your phone to do certain things. And if someone made a copy of a Starbucks, they could put something in there, and not only would you get to the Starbucks, but a website, but you would also perhaps some malware or some other things could be introduced to your phone. So with all these images and these different pictures going around in the session for me, and everyone has a different experience, so mine is not going to be the same probably as anyone else's. I was thinking of this QR code. And I was almost thinking that I was thinking that these images, in a way, are repositioning certain things within the RNA, perhaps, or within the soul. And I was just thinking it was like a QR code where you're being processed very slowly, gently, in a way. And again, not everything happening all at once. And then when I heard that noise at the end, about 3 seconds, it was, you know how normally if you have a tinnitus sound, it's quite a high-pitched sound. This was very low, almost like a foghorn in a way. It only lasted 3 seconds, and all of a sudden I had this thing, I was thinking about the dentist, and when he does a cavity in your tooth, and then he puts that blue light in there to accelerate the curing of the material that was put in there. I was thinking that sound, that foghorn tone that I heard was almost in a way cementing any of the changes that happened within that session. Now, by the end of the session, my arm seemed 100% repaired. And this has been going on for about 4 weeks. I know probably how I injured it, but my right breast on the top up near the collarbone was sore. My shoulder was sore, and probably the back of the arm on the right side was sore. And it was mostly a dull pain, but many times if you move your arm in a certain position, it was like very sharp. So I knew something was wrong, and normally I heal or I balance out pretty quickly. But this has been 4 weeks, and maybe because I haven't been doing a lot of physical activity in the recent period. I was sort of out of shape, and I injured myself doing some yard work. But after the session, my arm and everything, the pain was basically gone. There might have been 2% of the annoyance there. But then at night, it seemed to come back. But I had a great night sleeping. I couldn't sleep on that side. So I didn't do a full transmutation, but I noticed my arm, the pain in my arm. And even right now, it's been greatly reduced. So there was a huge improvement. Maybe in another session that would balance itself out in a way. But that was my experience in the transmutation test. And as Mr. Keshe said, you don't need to go through any of the other ones. You can start right and catch up with the whole group wherever they are. And again, everyone seems to be in different positions. But it was quite a psychic, in a way, experience. And I was seeing a lot of different images, a lot of different colors, a lot of different shapes, like the puzzle pieces I was telling you about. And I didn't understand it. It was kind of like looking into a kaleidoscope, but the kaleidoscope wasn't a full screen and most of the time. But that was my experience in it. And again, this is what's happening. And other people may have experienced something totally different than what I experienced. But I'm just sharing what I went through and what's happening. Again, this is a process that you're going through. And I think everything is being put back into its original position in a way that when the time comes for the full transmutation, you'll be able to do it. So this was a beautiful experience. I'd encourage everyone, but you're all going to be going through this. He said the entire humanity. Now, maybe that'll happen through the aurora and other things like that, but we're all going to go through this processing of the sort of UBSOs through the headphones. It's not going to be these big, large units anymore. It's all going to be done through there. And that's why taking up these offers from the Keshe Foundation is helping to keep humanity free so that others can then take advantage at a very, very, very reduced cost, as I understand it, and all done remotely, from the feeding to the communication to the traveling to the wellness, all being done through your own structure. And this is, he's not telling us to make a GANS for transmutation or anything like that, or make a certain MagRev so you can bring wellness into yourself, although we haven't fully understood the MagRev. But all of it, as he said in a number of clips, that you are the MagRev. You are the reason for all these teachings, and this is what he's been getting to. And even the CO2 box, as he said, it just shows you the cycle of creation. You come from energy, you manifest in the matter state, you go back to energy. And this was a big part of the teachings of this sort of carousel that we're all riding on. And this is part of understanding the totality. You go from one position to another position. There's no death. There's none of that. So that was my limited experience in a way, but again, it's just amazing. Eyes closed and all these things were happening. Why? Again, Mr. Keshe comes in and says, thank you for joining us, gives a couple instructions, and then when it's over, he says, thank you very much for participating today. So we don't get a lot of feedback individually about what's happening. But he did say there'd be a follow-up meeting in 2 weeks to discuss your experiences. And of course, you can always write to the Keshe Foundation. They're asking for you to communicate what you've experienced, because they're applying different things in the background, different energies. I don't know exactly what's going on, but I'm just trying to keep the Keshe Foundation free for humanity, that we can all go through this process. Is there anyone else who would like to share anything about I noticed a couple people are here that went through this process, maybe 3 or 4. I'm not going to name any names and we won't put anyone on the spot. But would anyone else like to share? And many people, as Mr. Keshe said, are shy about this, and maybe they don't want their boss hearing what they've experienced in these sessions, or perhaps even as one of the knowledge seekers, he didn't want his wife to see him all dressed up in these wires and headphones and cosmic ray bundles and the rest of it. But anyone else want to share anything else? And I had a lot of energy after the session. Sorry, go right ahead, please.
Yeah, mine was not visual at all. Mine was all emotions. Well, maybe some visual. After a short period of time, I experienced tears well up, and very strong emotion of love and loyalty. And they seem to amplify in relationship to my family and the people that I live with, who I sort of neglected with all my Keshe studies. So I have to find a way to accomplish both and make them not conflict, but enhance each other. And at the end, a great feeling of gratefulness that was also very majorly enhanced. So that was most of what I experienced. That's all.
Great. We're all on different positions. And I think the people around you have probably noticed some of the changes that you're going through in a way. And hopefully you're touching them as well with your soul in an elevation manner. As Mr. Keshe said, we don't take from a soul, we always give to a soul. So hopefully things are becoming more balanced in your environment directly and in the bigger environment within your household and wherever you go. This is the idea of, in a way, sharing in through the energies of the soul and how these energies touch others. They've noticed the changes. I feel they've noticed the changes, even though I've never been in your house, never met your family or anything like that. I've met you, but I just have a strong sense that, and a lot of times people don't want to admit, because in a way, then they'd have to say, well, wow, this technology works. And a lot of people want to stay in control of what they believe and what they think they understand. So I think you're becoming a shining light to those around you. And this is what we're all doing in a way. Anyone else want to share anything else about their experience in this transmutation test? As Mr. Keshe said, you're all doing it. You're all doing it at night when you go to sleep. They told you to call it a dream, but this is actually the work of your soul. We don't have a full understanding of it, but this is the expansion of the soul going out and interacting with other souls. Sometimes you don't recognize them. They're strangers. And sometimes you say, oh, I dreamt about the mom. I dreamt about the dog I used to have. And of course, their soul is active just as your soul is active. and you can interact with them. So this is the work of the soul. We've been all enforced to call it a dream. And this is, again, with a lack of understanding of the scientific community, maybe intentionally, but maybe just because they didn't really understand it.
Hey, Mark, do we have anyone that has transmuted from the knowledge seekers, students?
I think Nick did. Again, feeding yourself is a transmutation of energies from your environment and the universe, feeding yourself. So if you can get to that point, that's a transmutation. Having a communication from someone through the fields, that is a transmutation. We always look at moving the physicality or going to some other place, but that's not all. To me, transmutation can be in wellness, and we've heard this from Nick. It can be in feeding yourself, which I've gained some sort of, I haven't been able to feed myself completely, but I'm on that path. So that's a transmutation. And the same with traveling, going to other places, which you do when you dream, or you daydream and you're fully conscious. All of a sudden you're working, raking leaves or whatever you're doing, and you drift off into where you went on vacation out in this cabin in the woods. That's a transmutation. We're all doing it. But the bigger one, as far as moving the, or by location, and again, just to bring that up on the Wikipedia, Mr. Keshe said the 2 position is quite easy, but he explained that in this workshop. But by location, and again, this is controlled by alphabets usually, but and a lot of this isn't so accurate, but they talk about, Pythagoras, which we know about the Pythagorean theorem and the rest of this. He was apparently able to. We know from Mr. Keshe's teaching, the Buddha was able to do it. A number of people that are monks and other people, they have done this. And Mr. Keshe explained to us recently how you can see someone in 2 locations at the same time. Well, they swear that this guy Pythagoras was in one location, but he was also a day's travel away in another location talking to people. So this would seem to our matter state understanding impossibility. But now we know that we have certain capabilities and capacities that we haven't, or we're just starting to open up. And we all have it. It's not only man, it's the animals as well. We think us as being the top of the heap. We're not. We're equal to every other created being. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think mine may fall in the category of transmutation because it was such a significant change. When I started out, I was just thinking about those things that I love, and it was mostly like plants and animals, all the things that I have raised in my garden and my flower pots and all those things. And I had sort of neglected the people, and I felt always more connected to the animals and the plants than to the people. And then this all came in, and it massively changed my relationship with these people in my life, even though maybe they don't know it, but I do.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah, sometimes it's hard for people to admit that there's a new knowledge on the block because I'm so enamored with the way I've been taught in college or in school, or what my dad said about this or mom said about that, that we have, again, trouble getting off the old bicycle and onto the new bike. I buy the child a brand new bike and he says, no, I like my old bike better. I'm like, wait a minute, this is much more functional and easier to ride and smoother. But the child says, no, I want to play on the old bike. I don't think most childs do, but I'm just sort of equating that to this new knowledge coming into our arena. And again, it seems strange. It seems otherworldly in a way, but it's part of our creation as the Creator made the man in the image of himself. He made the whole universe in the image of himself. And as Mr. stressed in this workshop, we're just a little piece of a cell in the kidney, and we don't see the bigger structure. And we're part of it, though. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, and in the last few years with all the corona stuff and all the political stuff going on, there sort of had been a rift in my family. And I think this experience bridges that rift, at least for me.
Excellent. Excellent. Ying has
That's
put something in. Would you like to share? Did you finish? Sorry.
yeah.
Okay. I brought my wish for world peace. This is from Ying. I brought my wish for world peace to the test. I followed their diagram to position the earphones, placing them roughly on both temples, the center on my forehead, and the back of my head. I tried my best to stay relaxed, but I didn't realize that I tied the earphones too tightly on my head with an elastic band, which caused some pain. I didn't dare move because I was afraid that making noise would disturb others, so it was quite difficult to relax under these circumstances as I could feel the pain in my head. It was also a bit challenging because the earphones were not placed on my ears and I couldn't hear what they were saying very clearly. Well, you didn't miss much, Ying. I didn't see anything in the session, but I want to see if my PTSD will improve in the coming days. Yes, Mr. Keshe said many times you need to allow these energies to settle in and for your structure to accept them. So when he gave us the list to create, he said, see what you check off in the next number of days, in the next week. If your pains have gone, if your addictions have changed, if your joy has changed, or other understandings that you may have come to you. Again, this is a beautiful process. It's a non-invasive process. It's just putting a headphone on. No medications were used, no medicines. It's just the interaction of the fields, which again has been very foreign to us because we're so enamored with the physicality. And this is part of doing what we call the peace dome. Many people think you've got to go out and protest and you've got to do this and carry signs and make phone calls and send emails. This is not the way it's done. We're totally not using the matter state to bring about the changes, other than what Mr. Keshe is doing in the matter state to bring the changes. He said he wanted us to work on the energy dimension. And this is what we're becoming more familiar with. And this is the way apparently many people work a lot of the time, in this energy dimension. This is what the Universal Council is learning itself. We're not there, but we're learning how to use the wish to create the conditions that create the materials for the wish to be fulfilled and manifest in the matter state, if it's correct. So there's a lot of things when you do make a wish or you do use those energies that other souls have to agree if they're involved with this. As we heard with the aurora, not only is this planet gaining more energies, but he said we have to check and make sure all the conditions are right on this planet for all of the entities to be able to exist in the new energy dimension that is coming from the sun. And we can't overlook anything. We have to, not only are the energies increasing, but the ones receiving that, they need to be in a condition in a way, or they're creating some sort of condition for those new energies to be able to exist in the environment they're in. So a lot of things are happening. Again, I don't understand much of this, but what I do understand, I'm sharing as I understand it. And that's the request from the Keshe Foundation. Nobody's wrong and nobody's 100% right. We just ask you to share what you think you understand. And of course, all of our knowledges are growing and expanding and being refined in so many ways. But again, by location, 2 positions, very easy. Multi-locations, many, I think they call it, what did he say here? Multi-location, and sometimes multi-location is an alleged psychic or miraculous ability, but it's not. It's something that's built into our structure, which we've ignored for many, many centuries, probably, even though some have not ignored it. Some have found a way. As he said with the Buddha was able to do it, but he didn't know how to teach it to others. And of course, anything like this to the standard fare of religious types is, in a way, unless you're with them, obviously it's some other strange occurrence that's happening to you. But we're explaining a lot about this work of the soul, and we're all doing it. That's the key. Every night when you go to sleep or when you daydream, you're going through a transmutation. The soul is expanding, connecting with other entities. Remember, the soul and the soul of physicality have a distinct agreement with each other for the most part, where the soul of physicality during the day, I operate and I'm in control. At night, the soul of physicality rests, and the soul of the man then gets to play. So it's a very deep understanding. This new bicycle has many different gears and many different levers to play and switch with. And we're just beginning, as he said, we haven't matured far into this knowledge, but we are maturing into it. Where do we go from here? I haven't played any of the workshop. Gosh. But I appreciate all the interactions and what people have brought forward. Ying and Ike and everyone else has contributed on the verbal level or on the soul level. John as well. Thank you, Joseph, for co-hosting. Let's see what we can do. I know Mr. Keshe is talking about borders again, and maybe we should play that one on detachment. I know I spelled something wrong in one of these. There's a letter missing. If you understand the true meaning of detachment, this is the, oops, from the 556. Maybe we should play this. It's only about 8 minutes. But again, detaching is quite a key. And of course, we see in the store, we have the, if we go back to the store, we have the detachment product, which will help you detach. And it's not only sex or gambling or alcohol. There's many other attachments that we don't think of attachments that we need to detach from. We just think of the major ones. But let's see, where is that product? Here. And so if you need assistance in detaching, this could help. Yes, this is what the Ubisos now looks like, which was this unit here. And this is also what the Cosmic Ray Communication Bundle looks like, which is going to assist in zero-time communication. It's not like a cell phone. It's much more subtle, and you sort of have to get used to playing with it. But let's see if we could just find the detachment one. I'm not seeing it. Yes, here we come. Okay, here for the detachment, help you in detachment. So let's spend a little bit of time with Mr. Keshe on understanding more about detachment. And only you know what you're attached to or need to detach from in so many ways. So it's completely an individual experience in so many ways. Yes, we're working collectively, but also it's about you and your understanding. You're the captain of your ship, not me. So I'm not going to tell you how to fly your ship or where to go with your ship. It's up to you to direct, investigate, and understand for yourself what your creation is all about.
Let's move into YouTube here. We have a question from Peng Peter, and he says, well, I think he means magnetic, but he says, are the magic fields that lead to the creation of a soul the highest strength in the universe? And if not, how come the central energy can stay intact anywhere in the universe?
There are not fields connected to these field forces. These energy centers are built from that source, that energy. You're looking upside down. Is a structure. Everything, we are all connected. We can all get connected to a central point, what you call the creator. It's within every single cell of the human body. It's just knowing how to get to it, understanding how to get to it, And it's not a Chinese system that one level cannot talk to the other unless you have permission. It's enlightenment and how you can reach it. There is no control built to stop you reaching the Creator. And there are facilities made for everyone to be always in touch with the Creator. It's just you have to understand the path. And the only pathway is detachment. And one day you understand. If you understand the true meaning of detachment, then you truly find your way into the one who's created by detachment. That's the creator of detachment. Any other question?
Well, that was actually the magic word that Gail had in part of her question that was trying to be formulated in the plasma group. Was the word detachment came up, and trying to get more of a handle, more understanding of how that is used. And it seems like detachment is the or at least the A key, if not the key, no matter on what level one is at. If you want to get to the next level, you have to detach at least somewhat from the previous level in order to get to the next level.
I explained this. I used to teach children about the knowledge. If you understand the concept, you're going up a ladder. If you hold on the two pieces of wood, which you're holding with your hand, and hold on you put your feet on
gotta have this
each,
thing here.
what do you call it, level. When you're mountain climbing, you can't go anywhere, you're stuck. You have to detach one hand from one bar to the bar above where your other hand is to be able to go up, to climb up. And that's detaching yourself. Trusting that the rest of what you have created will hold you on to go up this, what you call it, rock climbing ladder. And as long as you have that trust that you can detach yourself from anything else, because this could be the last time you're holding to something, because if the other hand lets go or your feet goes, you're gone. And this is the level of detachment. This is one of the best tests for a man for detachment. I don't know if you've ever done mountain climbing and pulling yourself off a ladder. It brings a lot of senses. You do it automatically. But if you stand still, sometimes when a doubt comes into your mind, you go up automatically to the next one. But you have to be detached from it. If you don't let go of that hand, you're stuck in the middle of the mountain in on the climbing, what do you call it, ladder. And if you don't move your foot from one step lower to one step higher, you never move up, because it's that foot which pushes the weight up. That the trust, when I let go, the foot will come. And this is exactly like man. Trusting in, I'll be pulled up, I'll push myself up, and being detached. That handle on that bar, you detach yourself from to go to the next way, is exactly how your soul is. But that push of the leg is a trust in your knowledge, trust in correctness, which brings you to grab the next wall, next enlightenment, next step up. And in reality, that's a true detachment. You detach yourself with a trust that I'll grab the next bar. And I cannot reach there if at the same time the foot which pushing me, the knowledge which pushes me up to understand the enlightenment will push me up and be there. And if that leg slips, which is the lack of your understanding, you go down. That's what it is. So detachment has to come with the knowledge. Not just, oh, I give everything and then they come. I go with knowing the knowledge that the force to push me to the next level is within me to carry me. There is nobody there pushing your leg up to the next step. Then this is a very easy way to understand. Detachment has to come with the knowledge that there is a force behind it, that it reaches you to the next level. And in a way, if you look at the structure of the Keshe Foundation, it's built on this detachment. It's knowing that you're correct, knowing that you share the knowledge, and knowing you don't need to carry, because you know you have built a structure that it carries you forward to the next step to bring mankind to the next level of understanding. And in a way, this is how we run the Keshe Foundation, by total detachment. Knowing that the next step comes in on its own, even we use the foot, knowing that it will land in the right place at the right time. And this is the structure of being detached and trusting in yourself that you have within you to understand what it means the next time, next step, next grasp. Any other question?
Ike, did you want to say something? I see your mic came open.
Yes, today being Sunday, you see, what Mr. K just mentioned, detachment comes with knowledge. You see, we have ingrained in us growing up, like, you have to detach from the worldly things, and then those religious scammers will then take whatever little pennies you have. And they do that to worshippers. They detach, sending this, don't give it to your tithe and all that, give it to your pastor, your religious leaders. But then to hear Mr. Keshe say that detachment comes with knowledge, you have to be knowledgeable. If you have to detach from whatever, then you have to attach to the next stage. So this is the right concepts, not the ones those are religious scammers give their worshippers.
Okay, any organization in particular, or are you referring to all of them?
Well, I'm only involved in the Catholic, whatever, but I'm pretty sure the other ones do that too.
I would have to, in so many ways, agree with you. And this is, we think the wealth, it's not in our pocket, it's in the knowledge of the universe in so many ways. Yes, he said, if you think you're just going to completely detach, it has to go along with knowledge. And you think you detach and everything comes to you, it doesn't. But only you know what you need to detach from in so many ways. That's why you're the captain of your own structure, and it's up to you in a way to open up this knowledge up for yourself and then to others as well. Any other thoughts anyone would like to comment on? All right, Alex, how are we doing? Shall we go into the Dome of Peace and then your teaching, or how would you like to proceed?
Please open the door of peace.
Open the door?
Yes.
What door? Not on the spacecraft. They have no doors. Oh, gosh. Okay. Yeah, let's go to the Dome of Peace and we'll go through that. Again, we've been running quite long in these sessions. Of course, a big work of the Keshe Foundation is to achieve a permanent peaceful condition on this planet. But that's not the end all of it. That's just the next step into going to the next step. As you said a number of times, there's thousands of rungs in this ladder of knowledge of the Keshe Foundation. And we haven't gotten too many rungs, but we're learning more and more. And of course, the process can be accelerated. I think the sun is getting into this process as well, as we saw Mr. Keshe, in a way, show some Chinese scientists the system that actually perturbed the sun and caused that aurora to project energies on the Earth. We actually got a magnetic elevation out of this process, and it's continuing. It's just not, as he said, and I think with the Ubisos is just a small aurora in a way, changing in a more precise manner. The sun is doing it in a general elevation of all the soul of this planet as well as its inhabitants. So this is what we can do, and to me, this is an example. If you understand your soul as a star in the cosmos of the universe, the sun is a star. It's feeding energy to its child, which is elevating the child, meaning the planet Earth. We can do the same thing with ourselves on a smaller dimension by bringing peace and elevating the souls of world leaders and religious leaders and others who are in a way blocking this sort of enhancement on this process. Of course, they can't block it forever. And as Mr. Keshe said, we don't interfere. So it's a test for humanity in a way. The first step is, of course, spreading the GANS waters every Sunday or every day, as much as you'd like, as often as you'd like. They know where to go and they know what to do. And it's normally bringing balance into all situations that it finds itself in. And of course, we're full of GANS materials, as we now understand. This is a gas is a nanosolid, or a gas is a nanosolid that appears as a solid in the matter state, but it's actually magnetic fields, individual little suns. And we're composed of many liters of this material, which we can use. And also, obviously, we can use the soul. So, but the first step is something for our physicality to do, which is releasing GANS waters. So this happens every Sunday, 12 p.m., 18. You'll hear the announcement. Thank you, Stefania.
I don't know if anyone want to read this, Dome of Peace. Anyone want to offer?
I
With
will
a nice
read it
voice.
for you.
Okay.
This is what came in and what is now become a pattern. This from a guy, I don't know him, but he says, please remember this Sunday and every Sunday from now on, till we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet. Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the gas waters around the world at 12 p.m. Central European Time and or 18 p.m. Central European Time every Sunday at the same time as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for participating in this greatest movement by the soul of the man to bring about the peace on this planet as the permanent feature of the life of this planet.
And of course, at this point in time, many of us believed more in the GANS than we do in our own soul. But the foundation was just showing us, in a way, the transfer of energy. It absorbs energy, it can give off energy. So we can do the same thing with our souls. And so, or your energy center. I know they don't use a soul in the universe, they use the center or your energy center. But this is the, let's say, the matter state of transferring and bringing balance, and it's something we accepted quite readily. I know the Chinese knowledge seekers have been doing this over a decade or more in China, and we see many of the results. It's not perfect, but it's a process. And as Mr. Keshe said, this is in a way jokingly the way you take over a planet. You start to bring balance and elevating the soul of all the inhabitants. So we understand that. If you're not sure how to make a GANS, you can go on the Keshe Foundation wiki and read about it. Ask another knowledge seeker. It's very simple. But we never understood any of this process. And that is a transmutation of energies into the matter state, so to speak. So now we can go to the second step of the Dome of Peace, which Shweta and Mr. Keshe will explain. Or Mr. Keshe has explained that we're using the power, the collective power of the souls to reach others and elevate their souls, especially world leaders, religious leaders, negotiators at the 5+1. So let's hear the second step, which we're all familiar with, but again, we're just reaffirming our understanding.
Anybody wants to read the Dome of Peace? I mean, beautiful souls. Here. Okay. I'll read this beautiful presentation of Dome of Peace. And the Dome of Peace is already here. All the knowledge seekers, truth seekers, lovers of humanity has built it in a way, spreading the GANs, loving each other as shareholders. So I will read this as please remember, every Sunday from now on until we raise the soul of this planet to a peaceful planet, Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers worldwide will spread the GANs waters around the world at 12 p.m. CET and or at 18 p.m. CET every Sunday at the same time, as they choose which time to suit them. Thank you for the participation in this greatest movement by the soul of man to bring about the peace on this planet as a permanent feature of the life of this planet. Mr. Keshe suggests we add the next step to create the Dome of Peace with power of the souls, as we have already going through this with the 2 eyes. And we ask you to spread the GANs waters each Sunday. Now we give you a new path. Now try to unite each other's souls. Try to elevate the souls of humanity, soul of humanity, through your own soul to a level that no one can touch the embodiment of the human race. So beautiful. Choose a time where all of you come together on the soul level in a state of inner calmness. At that time, don't spread the water of GANs, but spread your soul. Unite, and in time, we will make a new race out of the soul of man. And then, instead of doing it once a week, do it all the time. MT Keshe.
Thank you, Shweta. And again, the process that we're going through right now, you can also participate on a daily basis. As Shweta just said, you don't have to do it once a time, do it all the time, or as your soul leads you, but you start out maybe with once a day or twice a day. The Universal Council invites the Keshe and the Universal Council family in unifying at the soul level every day at 9 p.m. Central European Summer Time. And of course, you'll have to calculate your time zone. For the elevation of the souls of all leaders and soul of the totality of Keshe Foundation, creating peace in everything that exists. And I know Lisbeth has modified this a little bit. We were talking about the physicality in the universe, and now I think this has become more appropriate. But every day, 9 p.m., ask your soul to remind you, and you'll start to be surprised that 3 minutes before 3, you look at the clock. Oh yeah, I can participate in this. I can be an active member and bringing the change to this planet. And of course, finding out more about yourself in the same process, about giving and receiving in this energy dimension rather than so much in the physicality dimension. So you're all invited. And it, of course, nobody's keeping track or who's there. It's just a matter of noting the time. And then even if you miss it one day, which I do periodically, I don't always remember this, or my soul doesn't always remind me and I'm busy doing something else and I'm involved with it and it goes by, but I can do it at other times of the day as well. But the reason for gathering in a collective is because we're stronger together. We often see that group of sticks put together with string, and if you have one of them individually, it's easy to break. But if you have all of them together, all these little small diameter sticks together, very hard to break. So collectively, we have a bigger array of fields that we're releasing in a way, or sharing your soul with the other souls. And so this is the reason for the collectiveness of this process. And of course, you can join the Brazil team in a regular meeting every day, daily intentions, Wednesday intentions for the soul of the world leaders and negotiators. Again, this is a formal meeting that takes place. You can find it on the KesheBrazil.com, or on one of the Telegram channels. They have a YouTube channel, an Instagram channel, and they usually have about a 30-minute or so meeting every day, depending on the interactions. So if that works for you, that's fine as well. But join us and become an interactive part of creating this peace dome on this planet. And then once we get to that step, we can start interacting with this group called the universal community, or our larger family. As we understand, they're from the same creator as we are. We just don't understand the creator and the process of creation fully yet, but we're working into it. So let's take 2.5 minutes. I know my background here, which the Brazil team has made for me. We thank them. For 5 minutes of silence. And again, you can take as much time as you'd like. I don't think it's the amount of time you engage in this process, but more the regularity of engaging in this process. And again, we can touch any soul because we all have the mother connection. We saw that many times in the holy book of the Bible, where I think it was King David who they talked to the plants and they talked to the bees and they even talked to the troops in a way at that time, all through the energy level. So this is nothing in a way mysterious, even though it's been couched that way to us, that this is something that only a few people can do, or if God blesses you, you might be able to do some of these things. But we can all do this process, and it's up to you to decide to engage in this and to move forward with. But it'll open up a whole new understanding for you and how your structure actually operates. So let's just take 2.5 minutes, if we can, engage in this process in a condition of calmness and elevate the souls of the 5+1 peace negotiators. As Mr. Keshe said in this last workshop, certain things happened, and people walked away from the table a number of years ago, and now they're back at the table. I didn't get to cover what Mr. Keshe was talking about the charger. I wanted to cover Dean's question, and I also wanted to cover something about what Mr. Keshe taught us in the beginning of this workshop, how the operation of the universe, what we see in macro, is the same we see in micro. The moving of energies, the elevation, the repair. It's all part of this big circular, in a way, revolving structure that we're all involved in, but we've never fully understood it. So let's take 2.5 minutes, elevate the 5+1 negotiators, the souls of the International Atomic Energy Agency, all souls working for peace in Vienna, the soul of humanity, the soul of world leaders and religious leaders of planet Earth, and whoever else you would like to elevate in this process. And again, this is a test for humanity. As Mr. Keshe said it so many times, that if they bring it, meaning the universal community enforces the peace on this planet, we'll never keep it. So it's up to us to bring the change. It's a test for humanity, and you can take that test every day. And again, it's not baking a pie or a turkey where a few hours it's done. This is a lot of work in a way, because the souls need a lot of elevation. So it's not something, oh, I did it last week, but I didn't see any changes, so I don't think it works. No, it takes time, and all the souls have to agree in this process. It's not that they're being forced upon, but we're just sharing our soul, providing them energies, and hoping the soul will pick it up and change a dimension within the dimension of physicality for many of these religious world leaders and others. So let's start now. Again, inner calmness, peace, collectively we give the energies, which your heart, your soul is a huge field generator. We've never understood this. Well, maybe we have. If somebody looks at you cross or your boss, you can feel some of those energies sometimes, but we're using the energies to elevate the souls, not to take away from them. So let's take 2.5 minutes and see what we can accomplish. And it's so easy, as Mr. Keshe said, working in the plasma dimension. It's not like the matter state. Again, a lot of work in the matter state, a lot of energy expended in this process. Very little energy is expended. And it's very easy to work in this way any time of the day or night you'd like to, for whatever condition you'd like to deal with. So let's just take 2.5 minutes and then we'll go into the next part of the teaching. Thank you all for your continued participation in this process. And again, working through in this dimension is so easy. We've just touched a number of world leaders' souls in a way. We've provided energy for them. Maybe their soul of physicality is not aware, their physicality is not aware, but the soul may decide to pick up some of those fields and bring that change within the dimension of physicality. So it's quite easy working this way. And one of the most beautiful parts of this is, as Mr. Keshe said, nobody fails this test. So don't think you're not worthy or that you don't have the energy to do it. You just try. You say you're going to do it, and it's done. So thank you all, and please carry on. This is a test for humanity to see if we can fulfill this and keep this permanent, peaceful condition moving forward on this planet. Thank you. Yes, Alex. And of course, Alex is raring to go. I've shorted him 24 minutes or more. I'm trying to get this, and we hardly covered, but that's because we had a lot of interaction, I think, from you and others in the workshop which again is creating plasmas and energies and things to go out. We've created a number of things in each and every workshop, not just here. Wherever two fields interact, we're creating a plasma, as I understand it. Now, before you play the disclaimer, Alex, I wanted to, I don't know, should we do it after the disclaimer or before? Where I'm just going to bring up the text on mine and try to find that. Okay, it's at about 48 minutes. Would you like to play the disclaimer first? Because Mr. Keshe said, I know a lot of us are in a way a little tired of the disclaimer. We know it's necessary, but he says, and you've become enlightened to yourself if you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me, if it's not just for your illness. So perhaps we can start at minute 48 if I can. Where did the teaching go?
Stop sharing.
No, you can share. You can continue sharing. But I just thought I'd play that, but for some reason, my workshop disappeared here. I don't know if you have it handy. Let me just double check and see. I'll find it. Here we go. I'm going to have to get it out of my Finder again. And we're going to go to minute 48. We're going to just, do you think we should play before or after you play the disclaimer, Alex?
I think we should play it right now.
Okay, great. Let me just back this up. Is anyone sharing the screen? I haven't looked.
I'm still sharing, so
You're still sharing? Okay,
Yeah.
Alex is always plays the disclaimer, which again, sometimes we think it's over disclaimed, but it's necessary. Let's just go and follow, if we can, what Mr. Keshe is saying about this disclaimer. I'm going to start at about 48 minutes, maybe a little bit after.
Take the screen though, Mark, please.
The structure of this planet. And then we understand what the next step be if we are not prejudiced, if we are not misguided, if we are not narrow-minded, just to keep to understand what is here, I leave the rest to my soul when I'm gone. Then you find out you have a lot to learn to get to that point. I hope, as usual, I open another door, a crack in the wall, that it brings down all the misguided understanding of the past, and you become to enlighten yourself. If you listen, which is beautiful every time I hear it, to the disclaimer of every teaching, embedded in it, in the word of it, in the ethos of it, it keeps on telling you, this is individual cases. It's your job to investigate independently, to peer review if what they did suits me, if it's correct to me. It's not just for your illness, it's for the illness of your mind, your understanding of your own world of creation. And then you understand, even each intro gives you what I call independently, you decide. Does this fit me? Do I understand it where I missed? And does it go according to my intelligence? This is why we never have a peer review, because in the word of the disclaimer, it's your job to investigate to your understanding. And it befits you. We go for a break and we come back and try to answer some of your questions.
Okay, go ahead, Alex. I just thought we'd play that before your disclaimer. Maybe the disclaimer will have a whole new meaning in a way for all of us. Thank you.
And thank you very much. And thank you all for joining us today. We are going through some incredible times. So let's do this disclaimer and enjoy it for what it brings.
The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.
And thank you very much, everyone, and welcome on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. All the viewers here, representing all the continents of the world. And why are we here? Well, we have to ask ourselves that question every single time we come here. So each of us has our own reason. But I think we all agree on one thing: there's a lot of unfinished business. And every week seems to pile it on even more. But I think we're starting to see some serious progress. And the reason for that is because we're starting to see some real serious pushback. And as we said, when we went to the library and we seen the plethora of books there written by skeptics who waste their time putting down their fellow man. It's time to move ahead. This is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute Teachings on Plasma Science. We're still discussing basic transmutation. The subject of emission is up again. My name is Alexander. I am from Canada. It is September the 22nd, 2024. This is the Keshe Foundation North America Plasma Education Series. And yes, we're bringing all the continents together to try and follow up on our weekly series that we do with the Knowledge Seekers workshops and the Brazilian community on Fridays. And we try and streamline things, although it may not seem so at first. But when you realize that there's thousands of hours of teaching, and each of us has individual skills, each of us has different levels of understanding, and each of us are looking for maybe different ways of explaining the same thing. Maybe we're going to have a better way to understand things. And so this becomes important. And as we see now, this emission in the light of the transmutation takes on a whole different context, because we're still on this hesitancy highway, and you know, it's really sad because it's the lowest energy state. But the lowest energy state is not a sad state. It's just that life is hard, and it's a hard road to hoe. And so as we look around and we go around, sometimes we're chasing our tail like a dog. But what we have to understand is we are what we give our time and attention to. And so the real question becomes is what is the mission of our mission? Because we're searching for outer space and trying to figure out what that means exactly. And as we try and increase our field strength, what is the ultimate goal? And that is to increase the emission to the plasma highway, to our pie in the sky. And does it have to be that little pie, or can it be the big pie? And is it our pie, or can we share that pie? Novel constructs, novel discussions, was not taught in school when I went to school, but somehow we all seem to understand this. And when we try and apply it into our daily application, daily society, daily activity, of course we use science. But if the science is misguided, how do we correct that? And so in book number 1, Miranteva Keshe tried to unravel the universal order of the creation of matter. And yes, he did a masterful job. And then, of course, there's the structure of the light, which a lot of us don't understand. And so we want to be enlightened. Well, the light bulb is on. Trying to turn it on is a fruitless exercise. And book number 3, The Origin of the Universe. So the creation of matter and the origin of the universe are 2 different constructs. And this is a strange concept, don't you think? But what's even more strange is to understand that after 344 weeks of bringing together the one planet, one nation, one race for justice and world peace, brought to you by the members of the Universal Council, hosted by Rick Raymond, trying to express that it isn't for one world government, it's for one world of peace. And that world extends beyond our world. It incorporates another world. And that world also becomes an extension of world peace. And to link up those 2, there is an emission of connection. Because we don't understand it or because we don't apply it correctly, doesn't mean that that emission of connection is not there. And it's not something that we have to create. It's really something that we have to use, because everything that we've been told is only a partial picture. And so we have commandments to guide us. But there are more commandments. And we don't really need the commandments in terms of physical manifestation, because it's ingrained within us. It's part of the plasma highway. We just need to get on that highway. And it's hard to get on that highway when we're stuck down here in the lowest highway, the transmission highway. And again, it's not altogether very bad. It's a very attractive highway. There's no question about it. And if it's so attractive, and it was attractive before we got here, and it will be attractive after we leave, why are we working so hard to make it beautiful? And so I think the answer lies in that we're also working very hard to make it ugly. And so we have to transition ourselves in our thinking to understand that it was beautiful before we came, and it should be beautiful when we leave. And the experience of the arrival should not be determined by the amount of garbage that we leave behind, but it should be determined by how much we can contribute to the growth, to the peace, to the beauty, and how we can convey that as universal functionaries. Because when we look at the universe and we create this MAGRAPH pie chart, and we seem to only want a piece of it. And that's because the speed of light is a constant transmission. But how can that be constant and still allow a variable transition? And so we have to understand that the speed of light is just one part of the pie. And if we go to another part of the pie, then the speed of light is a different kind of energy state. And so, do we have to choose which part of the pie? And so when we look at the MAGRAPH, we see, well, what constitutes the pie is all three pieces of the pie. And what is the pie made from? A lot of people say it's 99% hydrogen. Not really knowing what hydrogen is, but if it's only 99%, and so it's a safe bet, isn't it? Because you don't want to go all in. And so that means the rest of it must be garbage. Or are we just on the threshold of that conflict between affinity and prejudice? And so to understand the terminology a little bit better, we had to see that anytime we do a transmission, we have an X, Y, and Z axis. But we know that we can do a transmission on different levels, on different energy levels. And in order to go through these different energy levels, we have to go through a transition. Well, which axis will you push through that transition? Well, you have to take them all. You can't take one and leave the others behind. I want to be on both sides of the fence. Oh, maybe I just want to sit on the fence. That way I won't be on either side. And so we come to the basic transmutation that we're discussing now, and we find that we have to take into account the transmission and the transition dimensions to facilitate the transmutation dimensions to facilitate the message. The transmutation dimensions are only the medium. And what is that message? And who is the messenger? And who receives that message? And so when we understand that how we're going from the surface of a sphere, which is in 2 feeding dimensions, to the volume of the sphere, which is the 3 feedback dimensions, and we find that mathematically speaking, 1 and 1 is more than 2. And the reason for that is because that 1 is not necessarily the same as the other 1. So the combination would be more than 2. But we don't lose the 1 and we don't lose the other one. And we have to catch the answer. So really, 1 and 1 is actually more than 3, because we have 3 feedback dimensions. And since the ones who are observing this, that's us, and it seems to be more than 3 feedback dimensions, just a little bit. It's only 3.14, which is pi, but 3 is a easy number for us, so we'll just fudge the number, and we're in that 4th dimension. We're the observer fudger dimension to suit our purpose, right? And what is our purpose? So when we made the cups of life, that was a definitive purpose. That was a cup of life, not a cup of the pandemic. And so the cup of life became a peace dividend from the pandemic, because it taught us all how to do the nanocoding process, elevated us into the monatomic science, which was really a representation of our inner space, which came from the core space and represented our emotional strength. So we have this emotional strength, and where did it come from, and where is it going? And so these launch points and landing points are all nebulous points. But what is the transmission medium? How do we get there? Because I don't see the connection. So the connection is ingrained within our emission. And it is because of this emission that we have 2 cups of life, the emotional cup and the physical cup. And all we do is we change components in there. The key point is that we change the components in there. So we are the ones who are manifesting the cups of life. But we are manifesting the cups of life in physicality. From a plasma state, we are manifesting the GANs of life. And so we have the CO2 and the calcium, the zinc, the copper, the amino acid, and the water, all part of the essential ingredients for life. And so the GANs becomes a radiance manifestation in physicality of some kind of transference of energy that has to be, it has to be emitted from somewhere. And as we were all introduced into the Ganses, and I'll just speak for myself, if we were looking at life from the physical matter state, and we wanted to achieve more energy, then the Gans state would be a higher state. And did we create the Gans from the physical state? No. We created the pattern. You create the pattern, you get the energy. Where does the energy come from? The energy is emitted from somewhere. We become the absorbers of the energy. And in that process, the Gans manifestation is an absorption process. And one of those things that we can absorb is gold. But we can absorb a lot of things. And the reason for it is because this energy is being transferred all the time. And so in our basic understanding, if we studied physics, maybe we understood the atomic state. And if we studied the plasma science, maybe we understood the nanostate. And then there was the Gantt state. And all of these states were orders of magnitude stronger than the other. And now we come to the understanding that not only do we have to have a MAGRAV, which is a balanced state, on each state. So the atomic state has to have a balance, and the nanostate has to have a balance. and the GAN state has to have a balance. But when we transfer from one to the other, there still has to be a balance. Well, how do you balance one higher state versus a lower energy state? And so this becomes the skill testing for the knowledge seekers. So when we look at a frozen Gans ball, what we see at the core is a frozen ball of Gans. It literally is physical ball of Gans, and it's at the core. And so that becomes the cornerstone of the Gans. And then from there, magnetic hair-like lines are emitted in nanotubes, and they are hollow. And so there's no rotation that we can see, but there is a roundness. And so as a result of this emission from the gravitational core, we see this multidirectional emission. So when we talk about the plasma feeding, we see that there's a core energy, there's an emission energy, and there's energy that goes all around. And then we get these ideas, and we can share these ideas. Let me pack up an idea for you, and I'll mail it to you. And when you open that box, tell me what you find. Don't bother. I don't know your address, and I'm not sending it to you. I won't be mailing it to you. Because there is a connection, there's an emotion connection. And so we find that emission is a manifestation of emotion. So there are different kinds of emissions as there are different kinds of emotions. And so today we're just going to extend the talk on the emission and introduce an emission of retention, emission of attention, emission of declension. Declension is kind of a funny word. Speaking of funny, it was very funny to learn Latin in school. I often wondered if it would ever help me in life. And I must confess, it did to a certain extent, only in terms of understanding, but not in terms of a practical sense, because it did teach us about grammar. So the declension is a variation of the form of a noun, pronoun, or adjective, by which its grammatical case, number, and gender are identified. But there's another archaic definition. It's a condition of decline or moral deterioration, as in the declension of the new generation. So just like decay, declension implies some kind of reduction in quality, a gravitational force, in other words. But it's the source of the emission of intention. But it isn't the fundamental part of the emission of intention. And the reason I say this is because if we're talking about the emission of declension and how we look at a stone soul, and we find, well, a stone, it's pretty important, you know, it gives us anchorage, or we can engrave it and make a commemoration, or we can create an art form as a statue of some kind of image, and we can use it as a form of idolatry. Either way, it's an acknowledgement as confirmation. And of course, our arrival here is onto this third rock from the sun. And it's a good thing that we can count, because all of us got here knowingly. We didn't get here by accident. We got here because we wanted to get here. If we would have gone to Mars or Jupiter, maybe that would have been an accident, or maybe not. The point is that coming to this rock was an emission of declension. And so we can say, well, I was here, and WYSIWYG, what you see is what you get. And the thing is, you see a stone, but you also get the soul of the stone. In fact, we get all sorts of Earth space range details, the entire periodic table of elements, or as I now refer to it as the periodic table of prejudice, because we find that in some countries, certain elements are discovered, and in other countries, other elements are discovered, and they seem to segregate. And so that segregation, is that a form of discrimination? And discrimination is bad, right? Well, if discrimination was bad, then no one would be interested in a gold mine, or no one would be interested in lithium batteries, or no one would be interested in zinc or carbon. It would just be a mishmash of mishmash. And we know it's not the case, because in our physicality, we also discriminate. We have kidneys, we have lungs, we have livers, we have feet, we have a head. And so each of those components is also a form of discrimination. So all of these represent a gravitational confirmation of energy fields that come from the sun. They are emitted from the sun, and there are fields of energy that are emitted from the earth, and there are fields of energy emitted from the universe, and they come together and converge. And they give us this hydrogen. And this hydrogen has a fingerprint, and this fingerprint is a color spectrum in physicality. And that color spectrum is actually the emission spectrum of hydrogen, and it allows us to identify the hydrogen. And not just on Earth, but wherever we want to look at. And hydrogen is very important because it's one of the components of water. And so to understand the energy that is contained within that water, we have a pH scale, which shows the range from 1 to 14, which indicates whether or not it's acidic or whether it's alkaline, and the susceptibility of every point in between. And so the potentiation of hydrogen is a scale that totals 14. And we have to understand that a pH of 7 if it's acidic, and a pH of 7 if it's alkaline, are two separate pHs, and they come together and they create a total of 14. And this is important because we can deviate from the standard, the normal standard of 7, and we can basically split the water into different pHs. But what we find is that if we split this pH and thereby, say, create a pH of 6, we have to create a balance of 8 because it has to total 14. Likewise with 5 and 9, likewise with 4 and 10, and so on and so on. So the transition through the various layers of this potentiation is like a zipper, and it goes along this y-axis transition. So, but it goes up and down. And so we find that the acidic pH is alkaline forming, and the alkaline pH is acidic forming, and every point in between represents a susceptibility. And so that becomes a potentiation of balance. And so we're trying to get this balance, but we can never achieve this balance, because if we do, well, in whatever dimension we are referencing, we become invisible. So when we look at our Earth, what we seem as one Earth planet rotating, we have to understand that the substructure is a plasmatic field. And that plasmatic field is an emission by planes, by axis. So the x-axis is a plane, and it's by rotation. The y-axis is a plane by polarity, and the z-axis is a dimension by interdependence with the x and y axis. So 1 and 1 is more than 3 here. And because with the pH transition, where we've gone from different densities on the periodic table of elements, we have this variety, with tremendous variety, and it's all created from the basic. And we just keep adding and adding and adding, and that becomes part of the creation. And so what we see is this matter plasma dimension, which as a feeding dimension is plasmatic. We can't touch it, we can't see it, but as a feedback, it's physical. We can touch it and we can see it, and we have to adapt to it. And we are feedback dominant. We are deciding on the dimension that we will reside in, and we are deciding which way the energy is going to flow. And thank you very much. I trusted you to get here, but now I don't trust you anymore. And so we get this matter state, which in a way, it's an affirmation of life. Yes, it is. But it's also a denial of life. It's a contradiction in terms. The matter state, both plasmatic and physical. But it doesn't answer the creation of the universe, because the universe exists from energy. And since the energy is always in motion, this is why the energy has a charge. The energy is always positive. So the charge is positive or negative based on motion. And if there's motion, then there has to be a combination of things. And that's why when we look at the structure of light, we find that the light goes between these two structures. But does that light go between two structures on the same energy state? Or can we go between different energy states and still maintain that balance? So when we look at this energy in motion, we need to put it in a package. We call it a parcel. And we find that that parcel can give and take. So when we understand the basics, the negative charge principle, where the negative gives and the positive takes, we find that the giving and taking of oneself is the binding of energy, and the giving and taking with another field is the flowing of energy. And so energy can be flowing or binding, and it all depends on whether we're feeding or whether we're taking the feedback. And so these are the basic principles of the magnetical repulsion and the gravitational attraction. But we as the observer, fudger, we have choices, and we can turn on and turn off the feeding, and we can increase and decrease the strength of the field. And therefore, it'll change our positioning. And that change can be either enhancing or diminishing our positioning. So the enhancement and diminishing refers to the strength of the field. But how do you know how strong you are unless you compete? Well, life is not a competition. Life is a cooperation. So when we look at the fundamental cooperation between hydrogen and oxygen, we find that, well, hydrogen is definitely the weaker and oxygen is definitely the stronger. But they create a MAGRAV condition, and that MAGRAV is round. And how do you create a round MAGRAV when you have this inherent imbalance within the MAGRAV? So we understand that this allows the energy to move. And so an electron can be sheared right off this energy parceling unit. And so we have positive energy that's looking for a home, and what it leaves is a negative energy, a hydroxyl, which is also looking for a home. And so we have the one, and we have the other one, but we are going to create more. And so there will be a crossing over with other fields, or there may be a deflection, depending on the positioning and field strength, or there may be a twisting, which allows a tightening, a coiling, or a tunneling. And so all of this comes in the form of an energy pack. And if we understand an energy pack as energy in motion, and we look at it as how energy is packed in a battery, you can hold a battery, but you can't hold the energy. And when you hold that battery, you really don't know how much energy is in there until you connect. And so this is what we're talking about, the principal energy flow. We have to connect, and we have to connect on a two-way street. It's a two-way transmission and a two-way transition. And so as the Earth, we are the blue planet because we are the water planet, and we emit what we are. It's not that we're wet. What we are is a manifestation of emotion. What we are is we are universal functionaries with the benefit of the universal solvent of water. It's what creates this specific beauty on this planet. So we say, well, these two forces come together. We don't say which direction they come, and we don't say how much comes. But when they come to begin the creation, and these two forces, when they come together, they create a third, and that becomes the capturing of this field. And this field has a boundary. And when it captures this energy, the energy is still in motion. So we have to give it a way to keep moving. And so we can move around this field. And the easiest way to do that is through rotation. And while it's doing that, we cannot disengage from where this energy came from. And we cannot extract ourselves from the universe. So therefore, the energy has to keep coming. And in that process, the energy has to therefore keep going, leaving, in other words. And through the coming and the leaving creates emotion. And that creates a difference in position. And that difference in position is influenced by field strength. And that field strength is influenced by the neighbors. So the neighbors are contributing energy levels. The source is contributing energy levels. And we are contributing energy levels because in the process, we are able to absorb more of these PM ticks that come in and grow. but we are also able to release, and there's ways to do that. But the fundamental combination is always a maggraph, and that includes matter energy, dark matter energy, and antimatter energy. So we call these are the amalgamation of principal matter. So as a PM ticks and they're magnetical and they arrive, they go through a dilution process. In other words, they go down in field strength. They get captured into this field, and this field is the principal matter, the transition matter, and the convergence matter. And then there's a conversion because it isn't complete. All we've done is we've created a plasmagen state. And so that becomes the maggraph. Where is this maggraph? Because that is not specified. And so wherever it is interacting with another maggraph. And so once we have that determination, then we can have a field interaction, which we call inertia. And then, if we wish, we can have a physical manifestation. So we're talking about emission, plasma emission, because that emission is an energy in motion. And so we talk about the emission of retention, the emission of attention, the emission of declension, and the emission of intention. And we look at this whole thing and we say, well, which is which? So let's look at the emission of retention. Because why do we want to retain this energy? Well, because that's who we are. That's how we manifest into physicality. Without being able to retain this emission, without being able to retain this energy, we cannot manifest into physicality. We cannot manifest anywhere. We have to be able to retain it. It's a fundamental self-serving need. What about the emission of attention? Well, that goes through the poles. So we can emit through the poles. And at some point, the emission of attention, well, the most important point of our intention is the retention. And so as we emit from the poles, well, it just kind of goes around and comes back in the south pole. And did we say we're chasing our tail? But we also emit away from ourselves because that's our attention. We're giving our time and attention. We're giving it. We didn't specify to whom we're giving it. We're not giving it to ourselves, but we are giving it for a benefit. And is that benefit exclusively for ourselves? Well, the emission of retention is exclusively for ourselves, but the emission of attention is a whole different ballgame. So the question then becomes is, since the source of the emission is from the same point, how do we decide if that emission of attention maybe changes its mind and wants to be an emission of retention? No, I don't want to give you. Or I do want to give. Or I can give. Or I can give more. Or, nah, I don't want to give anything. And as a matter of fact, I just like the taking. And so we have all sorts of ideas about that. But what we have to understand is that this emission, once it is emitted, has to interact with other fields. And we have to understand that there is a flow along the line of the emission of retention. So the emission of retention has to exhibit energy in motion. And so to facilitate energy in motion, there has to be an energy exchange. Well, what does it exchange energy with? Because you see, if that energy is being emitted, and that energy is magnetical, and like poles repel, well, that would explain why some are the emission of attention, and some are the emission of retention on the right side, and some are the emission of retention on the left side. And we're only saying left and right because we're looking at a two-dimensional picture. But we have to understand that this is rotating as a sphere. So it's an emission of retention on all sides. So all sides are magnetical. But if they're moving, they have to be moving to a gravitational force. And that gravitational forces would be on the South Pole. Well, so far, so good. Except that if they get absorbed in the South Pole, like poles repel. Well, if they repelled at the North Pole, shouldn't they repel at the South Pole? In other words, the emission of retention should never be completed, shouldn't it? So we find that the emission of attention is a two-way street. And if the emission of attention is magnetical on the North Pole, it has to be magnetical on the South Pole, which means that the emission of retention has to convert from being magnetical to being gravitational. Well, if it is energy in motion, and if it is going to be retained, it has to be more dense. In order to be more dense, it has to have more energy. So through the emission of retention process, more energy is gathered in. And we know that because when we were born, we were babies, and now we're adults. And so we're certainly a lot bigger. And where did that energy come from? And so that energy then converts to being gravitational, and it comes in contact with the magnetical fields coming out. And so it becomes attracted. And so the emission of retention becomes balanced. And in that process, we are able to have more energy to perform whatever we wish to perform. And so the emission of attention becomes more energy for us. And we can give our time and attention to more things. Well, more things for the purpose of what? And so the purpose is, of course, that we originally have this emission of declension that we talked about, which is at the core. That was the beginning. And that is the most dense. And so all of these emissions are a part of a plasma emission, and they are foundational to the physicality. So we have to understand that it all starts from the core. And so when we look at our manifestation, the dynamic plasma aura that we have around us is a plasmatic manifestation, but we also have a physical manifestation. And so the manifestation, regardless, is a manifestation of the emission. So we see the plasma emission as being part of all of this. But we're not alone. And we have intention. Where does the emission of intention come from? The emission of intention is not solely the emission of attention. It's not solely the emission of attention. And you know what? It's not solely the emission of declension either. So the emission of intention is a little bit more complex. And it has to take other things into account. So let's just look at the way the Earth is functioning. And as we see, well, we know that the Earth is rotating and that we have winds. And so we see that we have traditional wind directions. Some we call easterlies, some we call westerlies, and some we call trade winds. And we see that there's a commonality on the northern hemisphere and the southern hemisphere. But there seems to be a problem. And that problem is that we know that the plasma field has a emission of retention. And because of the convergence on the equator, we have been able to have these two rotating spheres or hemispheres. But we also have a bit of a problem. And that has to be with the rotation of these plasmatic hemispheres. Because as you can see, the trades are flowing in the same direction. The westerlies are flowing in the opposite direction, and then the polar easterlies are flowing in the opposite direction again. So there's an anomaly here, and how do we resolve that? So we talked about the rotating hemisphere and how if we look at the north hemisphere and we stand on the North Pole and look down right from the pole, we're standing right on the pole and we're looking down and we're seeing the hemisphere rotate in a counterclockwise direction. The southern hemisphere is rotating in the opposite direction. Flip the pole, stand on the south pole and look down, and it'll be rotating in a counterclockwise direction. So how is it possible that in the plasmatic state, the northern hemisphere is rotating in one direction and the southern hemisphere is rotating in the other direction, and yet the Earth in physicality is only rotating in the one direction? And so we find that the plasmatic field in the northern hemisphere interacts with the plasmatic field in the southern hemisphere and has another field in the core that extends along the equator. And so this becomes another emission point. So it's not just polar emissions, but it's the equatorial emissions. And so we have this one plasmatic rotating field. But another anomaly is that things are still rotating in opposite directions within that field, as long as they stay within that field. So some field rotations are magnetical, some field rotations are gravitational, and it all depends on which way we're going. So if we look at these eddy currents on the equatorial plane, they could be the emission poles on the equator. And we found out that if you have emission poles, there have to be absorption poles. And so when we looked inside the spaceship, and we see they're not only eddy cylinders, but they're eddy cones, and they allow the flow of energy in, but they also allow the flow of energy out. So the flow out is magnetic and the flow in is gravitational. And so the field flow is within the field. And this is important because in order to maintain a position, we have to have a dynamic plasma interaction. So when we look at our Earth space, how do we interact with some other space? Clearly, the physicality doesn't do it. There has to be some kind of emission from the Earth space, and there has to be some kind of absorption from some other space, and then there has to be some kind of interaction so that the positioning can be determined. Without upsetting the field rotation. So in other words, when we have the balance and we have energy that is being emitted, and that energy that is being emitted is the emission of intention, and it's part of our dynamic beyond our aura plasma interaction. And so that becomes our launch point, and we see along the equator, we can launch the energy to a target point. But we're rotating, so we better keep launching as we're rotating, so to maintain the connection. But remember that the rotating fields are going in two directions. We have magnetical fields and we have gravitational fields, and they are emanating from the principal fields at the core. So fields are emanating from the core, which we call magnetical fields, and there are fields that are converging into the core. We call those gravitational fields. And of course, the difference between the two has to do with density. So as these fields are moving, they facilitate the conservation of variability because each one is independent manifestation variable, each one. So the magnetical and gravitational balance of the MAGRAV condition is maintained regardless of the magnetical gravitational positioning and regardless of the susceptibility. And so the emission of intention has to be balanced off because we have to have a feedback from that target point, and that feedback becomes the launch point to us, and we become the target point. And aren't we glad that that happens? Because that completes our emission of retention, which is our self-serving need. And so we find the cornerstones of science are based on this plasma science at the nano level, the pico level, the GANS level, the plasma level, the soul level. And so all of these levels become channels for the emission of intention. And so the emission of intention, the way we recognize, is based on the feedback summary. Well, we have the satisfaction of a fine meal, or the sounds, the light, the heat, the pressure, the luster, the superficiality, or the laminar containment, where we have x-axis transmission and y-axis transition, and the dominance of man-made range deviation. But we find that there's no microbes in outer space. They're already quarantined here because humanity is quarantined in the spherical Earth space. But humanity is not quarantined in the transmutation of life because we have the gravitational confirmation of the oxygen emission spectrum, which again, too, is the gravitational manifestation of the magnetical field forces emanating from the sun, interacting with the magnetical field forces emanating from the earth, and the magnetical field forces emanating from the universe. And this becomes very important for life on this planet because it's the other half of the water molecule. And so to understand these emissions, we have to understand the transmission spectrum that goes from the non-visible speed of plasmatic rotation to the speed of visible transmission spectrums. And to go from one spectrum to another involves the transition spectrum susceptibility. And that susceptibility is the balance between the superficiality of the physicality and the internal substance of the plasma substrate. It always is looking to maintain a balance between the gravitational and magnetical field force. But it's not in perfect balance because that point of containment is a containment of the plasmatic interaction. And in our physicality, we can see the physicality because we can see the color of the light. But the color of the light is variable within that containment. And then we see that there are other lights that don't have a color, but they're outside of that point of containment of our physicality, and they're still part of us. And then there's that one step beyond. And that one step beyond that part that we have beyond the electromagnetic spectrum on the gravitational side and beyond the electromagnetic spectrum on the magnetical side, because the energy is always in motion and it's always in a parcel. And there's always an interaction. And so we talked about today the polar interaction and the equatorial interaction. But the energy comes from all different directions. And it comes in all different flavors. And it all comes in different field strengths. And if there is a common denominator, then it interacts. And as we can see by the periodic table of prejudice, we have a beautiful planet. And so it has been created through this plasma cornerstone of life. And as it comes together, we find that this is an oasis in space. And we can create an oasis in any space. And that space is created in any direction by positioning, by nearness and proximity. And so there's always a cornerstone of connection. And the emission of emotion is the connector. So we have to understand these relationships, the magnetical and the gravitational balance seeking. We call it a MAGRAV. And so we have the two scientific communities. And the plasma science adds to the knowledge of these two scientific communities and brings them together. The conservation of energy and the conservation of the spirit. And the plasma science, the conservation of knowledge, which facilitates the conservation of susceptibility and keeps everything in balance. And we need to say, thank God, because what a mess we've made. This principal interaction was here before we got here. And it was a representation of the intention of the emission from the sun and the intention of the emission of the earth. So we understand it's a two-way emission of intention. And if it's a two-way, that means when we go from the MAGRAV state of the atomic state to the plasma state of the field state, we can go beyond, at least one step beyond. But we can go the other way, one step beyond as well, because we can go up and down this ladder of field states. And as we've shown, how we create the gold at the Sanya conference in China. This is the new science. And so all of us can make a path choice. And so we understand that this path choice, whether it's the emission of attention or the emission of retention, and they seem to be the same thing, but they're not. The path link can change and the susceptibility can change. And there's a relationship of the path link and susceptibility, because that's what interacts to create the emotion of intention. And so we get to choose. We get to choose whether it's a point of conflict or a point of containment. And so when we look at how we bind our energy in a self-serving manner on this planet, we do it at the expense of others who depend on the same means of energy binding. And then we find that we are part of the horizontal community, and we're not rooted in our earth, but we are anchored to it. Whereas the vertical people, such as a carrot, are rooted. And they bind their energy the same way we do. But they don't fight the way we do. You think they know something? Do you think they understand the plasma rule where the higher strength feeds the weaker strength? Do they understand that this conflict point is actually a binding zone? And they make their choices, don't they? So why can't we make our choices? Why can't we target our outer space determination from this earth space manifestation point to that some space manifestation point? It's all relationships between the magnetical gravitational field forces, and those relationships are part of the reality dimension. So we need to get our antennas up and get this message, which is a manifestation of what we're feeding and what we're feeding back, and tune ourselves, tune our transition so that we can get the right transmission, the transmission that we desire. and understand that if we select one force, which is magnetical and balanced by a force selection of another, which is a gravitational force, so the resulting selections feed the Magrav manifestation. That's how it works. And so the selection manifestation is predetermined, and it's predetermined by us, by choosing the peace dome of intention. So the emission of intention affects the standard folding deviation and leaves no room for war. It's automatic. The transmutation manifests in balance with the peace dome. And the plasma balance is based on the fundamentals of knowledge and wisdom, which can give us deeper insight. And it changes our perspective and allows us to reflect on life. And part of that reflection shows that the misconduct becomes harder to rationalize and the historical references become meaningless. It doesn't help our pH balance. And the pH balance doesn't just seek a polar balance. We have to have a balance in all directions. The plasma balance is uncut in any state, and that state dependency and transcendence is also uncut. So the speed of rotation is interdependent and manifests in both plasma state and matter state. And so when we look at the Magrav pH and we see that there are many points on the perspective scale, and that speed of rotation affects the transmutation transition. And of course, we see on the blue planet here that the speed of rotation transmutes in both micro and in macro. And so when we talk about the pH of peace, we have to understand that there are many layers on the potentiation layers of emission, and therefore there are many points on the field strength of the dove. And we are learning that through the 2024 transmutation test, which we are now getting ready for the 4th test next month of this series of 4. We do these sessions monthly, and we've passed the 3rd. And we need to understand that there's more research that needs to be done. Basically speaking, we're still driving around with Model T Fords in the plasma science. It's not that the plasma science hasn't achieved a very advanced state. We're the ones on the hesitancy highway, and we need to get up to speed. And we've been trying for 556 knowledge seeker workshops in a row to transcend the limitations of nuclear science, because we want to give an opportunity for peace on this planet to exist, because we want to give a peace, an opportunity for us to be able to engage with the universal community, who is already engaging with the greater oneness. It's not to say that we are not engaging with the greater oneness. It's a matter for us to understand that this is the Keshe Foundation Spaceship Institute teachings on plasma science, and we're welcoming all the beautiful knowledge seekers learning about the new selection process of the new plasma science. There's a World Peace Treaty. If we want to engage in this endeavor, we have to sign it, and sign it with the proper intention. And yes, we need to sign it with a pen and display it proudly, but we need to sign it with a true emission of intention from our heart and from our soul. And as we look through the history, and we wonder if the calendars are spiral pointers of the x-axis sphere creation, and is man the reactor of a three-dimensional universe? So can man find heaven through the field transition? Can man go into outer space without a peace dome? No. And can man transmute through the dimensions of history? Yeah, we have to, because the emission of intention manifests into the physical transmission dimensions that we are all so fond of. Life is beautiful. Plasma science needs to be delivered daily via the Peace Dome in exchange for peace on Earth. So welcome to the new outer space age. And that's the end of this class. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you so much.
And thank you again, Alex, for being with us and trying to figure out more ways on how to transfer this knowledge. Again, it's almost if we have a barrier up sometimes, even though we want to be open to it, a lot of this just doesn't make matter state sense or follow our educational teachings. But of course, we're understanding more and more of the structure that we've been educated in. So thank you again for bringing a new dimension. Let's see if any of the participants would like to bring a question or make a comment or add to the knowledge if they'd like. I got a little confused when you said you can have a 7 pH that's neutral, but how could you have an alkaline or an acid in there? I'm just not following. There's a block somewhere on this pH, and I'm thinking this is the way we can split ourselves. As he mentioned, I think in the last workshop, this ability to split and be in two locations, this bilocation ability. But apparently the solutions are able to do that, but I'm not understanding what you're saying about the 7. I thought the 7 was neutral, neither being alkaline or acidic. I mean, that's what my meter tells me.
Sure. So you've got the acid side, and the acid side starts at 1 and goes up to what?
6.99999.
Keep going. Keep going.
Okay. There's probably another figures. And I know the base side, the 7 and above, is usually what we consider base or alkaline.
Yeah, but let's say, you're on the acidic team. And you say, well, I'm acidic because my range is from 1 to 7. Well, the alkaline team is going to say, well, my range is from 7 to 14. So now you've got a problem. If you're 7, are you acidic or are you alkaline? And so really the answer is, well, you're both, aren't you? Because you're neutral. 7 and 7 is 14. But because one is alkaline and one is acidic, they balance out. It becomes neutral. You can't say 7 minus 7, because then you would have to say that if you create the acid, you would create the alkaline.
Yeah, but if I was 8, where do I get the 6 to become the 14? It would seem my whole
6 and 8 is 14.
right. Where do I get that 6 to make the 14? This is what I'm having. Or if I'm 6, or 5, where do I get the 9 to make the 14? Where is it? Is it all in the solution? It's just a matter of showing a different face, perhaps, of that solution?
No, that solution is right here. So we know that when we make the cup of life, we have some things in the atomic state, right? We have the copper plate. We know we have some things in the nano state. That would be the nano-coated copper coil. And we know we have some GaNs in there as well. So the interaction of the atomic and the nanostate created a field. But the thing is that if you say that the atomic state is 1, and if you say that the nanostate is an order of magnitude higher, and let's just say 1 order of magnitude, so that would be 10. So 10 and 1 is 11. But the GaN state is an order of magnitude higher than the nanostate, so that's 10 times 10. Well, that's 100. Well, how can I add 10 plus 1 and have it equal 100? It's impossible. Unless we haven't taken something into account. And so that would have been the energy transfer that comes from a higher level. And that higher level is not on this graph. It's higher than the GaN state. So if we were to take the GaN state, which would in that case be gravitational, and no, excuse me, I'm wrong. It would be magnetical because it is of a, no, I was right the first place. Sorry. I don't have a program.
All right, make up your mind.
Number 3. Okay, the GaN state is gravitational because it's a higher energy, so it's giving, and it's giving to the nanostate. Okay, so, but the thing is that the GaN state can't give because it didn't exist. We created the GaN state from the nano to the atomic state. So the GaN state had to get energy from another. And that other energy was of a higher energy state. So in relationship to the plasma state, then the GaN state is magnetical, but in relationship to the nanostate, the GaN state is gravitational. The higher state feeds the lower energy state. So indirectly, if you're looking at that balanced position, you find that the GaN state was created from the interaction of the plasma state, and that plasma state shared the energy with the GaNs and the nanostate and the atomic state, because energy is always in motion. So the atomic state is a maggrav and is giving and taking, but so is the nanostate. In order to maintain its maggrav, it's giving and taking. And so is the GaN state. And so what you've done is you've increased the number of fields that are interacting. Had you not made that pattern, you would have only had the atomic state. And that atomic state would have been in a maggrav condition, interacting with its own attention, with its own retention, and its own declension. And so by introducing the nanostate, now you've elevated that energy interaction. And you've created a pattern. And then when you bring the GaN state in, you've enhanced that pattern. Now you have more at stake. And so now you're drawing in the energy from the plasma state. We have to remember that what we're dealing with in the cup of life and in this particular description are all inanimate things of the periodic table of elements. But we are animate. So all of these components are represented in our physicality as well. So the physicality of our skin and our bones is in the atomic state. The surface of our cells and our bones is in the nanostate. And the space in between is the GaN state. And the plasma state, well, the plasma state is the emission state that is connecting the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality and manifesting the physicality. How are we doing, Mark?
About the same. Still trying to understand more.
Well, take a dollar bill and throw it up in the air and see what you get.
I don't get it.
You would just get a dollar bill. Nothing happens. There's no interaction. You spend some energy to crumple the dollar bill and you throw it up in the air and it comes back to the ground. Still a dollar bill. Right?
Right.
It's in the lowest energy state. And the only way the dollar bill moved was because it enlisted your service. You had to expend the energy to crumple it. You had to throw it. You had to pick it up. Dollar bill did nothing. Absolutely nothing. So, and someone actually spent the energy to print it. And some tree spent the energy to create the atoms to contribute to the physicality of the dollar bill. Energy in motion has to do with the interaction of fields. The dollar bill is not a field, but we are. That's why we threw the dollar bill. The dollar bill can't throw us.
Does that dollar bill have a soul? Everything has a soul.
Hello, Mark.
Hello,
Alex.
Claudia. Welcome.
Hey, Claudia.
Hello. I was thinking about this week about you said about the rotation, and I always think in my body because it's easier than to the universe. And about this last teaching of Mr. Keshe that we are double, like two parts. And I was thinking that if I have a soul of the man, that the rotation is anti-clockwise, and my soul of physicality is clockwise, and this came by the rotation of the veins and arteries. But we have two parts. I have two legs and I have two arms, and both have arteries that go down and veins that go up. So they are like, they work alone, both sides, and cross in the heart and like have a great energy, have big energy. And I was thinking, but we have like electrical energy too in our heart. So I was thinking, okay, if the rotation comes the same, the soul of the man, the soul of physicality, I die. I go beyond and I travel with my soul. Okay. But this electrical part, I was thinking, when this like origin of the electrical part of my heart, I am not I respond for that. And with the transmutation, this electrical part will stop and will increase the both souls will come together and will increase the energy and go beyond with another dimension. And how can I like have the electrical part again? This is my question. It's was a thinking, and I think I have a dream with this too. And thank you.
Well, thank you, Claudia. That's a really excellent question. The understanding of electricity is that it's of the lowest energy state. And it would be correct in our understanding to say that, you know, that the heartbeat creates a electrical discharge because that's what an ECG is. But the thing is that that is a physical manifestation of a plasmatic manifestation. In other words, that the beating of the heart is instigated from plasmatic interaction of these magnetical gravitational fields, which are linked up to a principal field. But that is only one side of a structure. And that structure, based on your question, would be the soul of the man. But there is a second field, and that structure is the same. It's the soul of physicality. So the two fields are actually interacting together and overlapping each other. So if we look here, and we can see here, if this plasma emission becomes a physical manifestation, then we can see that the emission of the declension would be in the brain, and the soul of the man would be at the core. If we look at the soul of the physicality, that would be the aura. And that aura represents the field force that contains our physicality. If we look at the Earth, the magnetosphere is the emission of retention of the Earth. That's what keeps everything inside. And then if we look at the core of the Earth, that has the highest gravitational energy, and that's right at the center. But the actual center is hollow, because that's where the soul of the Earth resides. So we have a similarity here where the soul of the Earth is at the core, and the soul of the physicality of the Earth is the magnetosphere. The soul of the man is in the core of the brain, and the soul of the physicality is the aura of the physicality. And so the field that's in between is the field of the presence, the physicality. And we can operate in that field. And within that field, we have kidneys, we have liver, we have the blood, we have the bones. All of these things are manifesting between those two extremes. because those two extremes are the boundaries, and everything else in between is the interaction. But as we discovered last week, we have some anomalies, and one of those anomalies has to do with the field rotation. And so we see that the field rotation with respect to the, say, the wind is rotating in the same direction, when we know clearly that the plasmatic rotating hemispheres are rotating in the opposite direction. Well, so how do we rationalize that? And so we have to realize that the inertia of the physicality is the manifestation of two plasmatic fields. And when you bring two fields together that are rotating in opposite directions, you know that when you sharpen your knife on a grindstone, that their sparks will fly. But the anomaly is that when you bring two plasma fields together, they will overlap. There will be no conflict. There will be no sparks flying. And this is fundamental to understanding the transmutation process. Because where one field in relationship is gravitational, the other field in relation becomes magnetical. So in fact, what would happen here is that if I were to take this and just, how would this work? So okay, so what I want to say here is that I really don't like this whiteboard.
Maybe you want a thicker line?
Maybe what I need to do is, can I?
Yes, you can.
Oh, where would the oh, just a moment. I think I found something. One moment, please. Let's let me just how do I get rid of this? Sorry, Claudia. How does that work? Oh no, this is everything is so good, and then this is so. Oh, I see. Okay, that was good. All right. Please, I'm going to try using something else.
We indulge you.
Okay, that doesn't work.
Is it a whiteboard you're looking for or something else?
Yeah, I'm looking for a whiteboard.
Okay, let's see if I can bring
It
you
used
up.
to be so easy.
Yes, I know. I'm going to take the, where is the whiteboard?
Oh, no, okay,
Oh,
see?
just a moment. Okay, let me just, oops, this is not supposed to be there. I don't know why that's there. You cannot minimize Zoom. Okay.
Oh,
Share.
just a moment. I'm going to get the whiteboard.
Okay. There it is. Good.
Are we there?
I think so, but the other participants need to be careful because if you don't limit them or something, they can scribble on your screen. So we won't do anything other than allow you to annotate.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, Well, let's try this. This is the northern hemisphere, and this will be the southern hemisphere. Okay, so the point that I wanted to make, and let's see if I can find a color. Oh,
Right,
there we
and
go.
didn't Mr. Keshe say the sun, the soul of the man, and the moon rotate anti-clockwise, but the earth rotates clockwise?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. What
Okay.
we're mattering is the exchange of energy that goes from one side to the other. That's what matters. Which means that if this side here is
It really does have that look of the two halves of the brain, doesn't it? If you turn it 90 degrees.
I can't believe it. I mean, we've actually regressed. I got to learn how to use a whiteboard all over again. I thought this was. Okay, so this is magnetical. Okay, well that shows. And then this is gravitational. Okay, but in order to balance, then we also have to have this as magnetical, and we also have to have this as gravitational. Okay. Okay, so what does that mean? That means that this has to be, okay, this line here has to be in balance, which is to say this has to be in balance and this has to be in balance. Let's try it again. This has to be in balance. There. Okay, so if this is in balance, now it's a maggraph. So energy comes in because it has drawn the energy in. So that's one field, but it cannot retain that. And so if it comes into another field that has the same kind of affinity, there won't be any grinding. Even though it's rotating in the opposite direction, there won't be any grinding. It'll just transfer the energy to the other field. And at that point, that other field then has the capability of, because it now has more energy, to be more gravitational and it'll draw more energy in. But it cannot retain that energy. It has to give. And so it'll just give right back to the first one. So we'll have a giving and taking from one to the other, and a giving and taking in return from one to the other. And so this income combination here, we used to have all sorts of oh my God. Oh, we lost so much. Okay, we used to have so much. Oh, I don't even know what that is now.
Gosh, I moved my cursor from the border over to my other screen, and I had a pen in my hand, pen on the cursor. Now it's gone. I don't know, again, what happened there, but it's more complex, but actually probably better if you understand how to use it. I don't fully.
Well, I really apologize for this unprofessionalism, but
It's okay.
let's
It's no problem.
let's make
We
sure that we
accommodate.
understand what
No
we're
problem.
trying to achieve here. Let's look at the message instead. So what we have to understand is that there's a core. That core is gravitational, and the magnetosphere that goes around is magnetical, and everything else that's in between is operational. So everything else that's in between is free to rotate however it wants. And through the rotation, it will determine its field strength, and through the field strength, it will determine its positioning. So not all the fields within that are rotating at the same level. So that's why, we have a left leg, we have a right leg. There's clearly a difference. And this is one of been my original complaints when I got into studying science. And, we were so happy as Canadians, that Watson and Crick, figured out the DNA. And yet the DNA was the same in every single cell. And how can that be? So the cell in my left thumb is the same as the DNA in my right thumb. So the DNA was not the determining factor that made left-handedness or right-handedness. There was something else. And so that became the question. What is that something else that is going to do it? Okay, so it isn't the DNA. It's what causes the DNA. And so we find that it's the RNA that causes the DNA. But even then, what causes the RNA? Okay, so we keep going farther and farther back, if you will. We keep going farther and farther away, if you will, from the physicality. Well, we're not going farther away from the physicality. We're understanding that the physicality is a result of everything that happened. The physicality is the evidence. What we're not seeing is what causes that evidence to happen. And, as I say, you go to a murder site and you see a body and you see blood on the floor and you see bullets. You don't see the gun and you don't see the guy who pulled the trigger. So what are you going to say? Well, there wasn't a murder? You have the evidence that there was a murder, and you have enough evidence to suggest that there was a gun, though you can't see it, and there was someone pulling the trigger, though you can't see it. And so someone, who is a novice may say, well, you have no proof that someone got shot. And so we have these strange cases where someone commits suicide twice. It's like when I saw the movie Armageddon, I couldn't wait for the sequel, Armageddon 2. It's just this line of thinking is just like totally ridiculous. So we have to understand that there is an answer. And if the answer doesn't fit, then maybe we are not looking at it properly. So why is it that when we grind a knife on the grinding wheel, we have sparks? But why is it that when we have the rotating hemispheres of the brain or the rotating hemispheres of the earth, we don't have sparks? But what do we have? We have a MAGRAV condition that allows for the taking, giving, and taking of energy. And as we draw more and more energy, the earth was getting bigger. But in that process of getting bigger, the earth was becoming more dense. And so that rotation wasn't a circle, it was a spiral. And that's where we got into it. That was the whole thing. If we Claudia, do you have any questions on what I'm showing here?
No, I'm understanding. So every neutron have a rotation different from his electron. That's become the movement. When they become the same rotation, they become together and go to another dimension. That's it.
Well, the anomaly comes to when two fields come together that are rotating in opposite directions.
After, but before they rotation the same way or not? Because I am alive because the soul of the man in my head is rotating in opposite way of the soul of my physicality.
Right.
So if I die, they will become together in the same rotation.
Yes, yes, they will come together in the same rotation, but they would have what the new science is allowing us to do is to enter a third dimension into this understanding. This is the new science.
Mm-hmm. So when Mr. Keshe give us energy inside of ears and go direct in our motion of our brain, this he's trying to move to change the rotation of the soul and not the solar physicality, correct? I'm not
Comment if
listening.
that's correct or not. What I will say is that what we're looking at is a supplementation of the energy.
Okay.
Because there is a diminishing, first of all, in the way we conduct ourselves, we're not getting the full complement of energy. We are in need of supplementing our energy, and we do that by the process of food, or we do that by the process of lying, cheating, and stealing.
Behavior, yes. Mm-hmm.
So what the technology is doing is enhancing our ability to absorb the energy naturally, which is from the universe. So that increases the gravitational effect of our solar physicality to draw energy more from a higher source. So our soul, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I interrupt you. Sorry.
Okay, well, don't forget your question. So the thing is, the solar physicality is working from a diminished standpoint because it is trying to draw more energy from its physicality because that's the way we've been conditioned. We have to change our focus on our emotional level to draw more energy from the soul of the man. The soul of the man will give all the energy that we need. It's just that we are obstinate. We're not absorbing the energy from the soul of the man that we need. We're choosing to take it from someone else or to take it from the weakest state because we've grown comfortable with it and because we can. And because of this, we get abused. And that abuse is what starts to consume our energy. So we're getting energy from a weaker source and we're consuming it. If we were able to maintain a magraved position like the sun, which is a catalyst, then we can exchange the energy to maintain our magraved position without going through the consumption. And also, then we don't have to steal from others. What is your question, Claudia?
And I was thinking, like Mr. Keshe explain us the GANs of the zinc GANs that work with our emotional part, and I studied a little bit about the periodic table. And do you think that have another element that you could work with the emotional part that have nerves that could help this emotional part?
Did you say nerves?
No, the emotional part, the elements of the periodical table that we could work, like do GANs, different GANs that can help this our emotional part beyond the zinc.
Well, the zinc is directly related to the emotional part. It's that the emotional part is complex.
Mhm.
The soul of physicality has an emotion, and the soul of the man has an emotion, and of course we know that the physicality has the emotion. But this emotion and the physicality is actually a feedback to the environment. Well, if it's a feedback to the environment, and the environment has an emotion.
Mhm.
So the question then becomes is how does the earth convey that emotion to us? And if we understand that there's a balance, so for instance, if there's a war in one part of the world, and that there's peace in another part of the world, would you say that those two are not connected? Would you say that one doesn't have an effect on the other?
I think they work together. I think that's
Of course,
the
because they're
difference.
part.
I think is good.
Well, yeah, because they're part of this entire Magrav condition.
Mhm.
So if we say on the blue side there's a war, and on the red side there's peace, and so these are counterbalancing forces. And you say, well, okay, but you know, a counterbalancing would be some midpoint between war and peace. So, you know, what would that midpoint be? Would it be, you know, sometimes war and sometimes peace? Maybe Monday and Wednesday we'll have war, Tuesday and Thursday we will have peace. Is that how it works? Or would we say if the war is based on the need, which is based on a lack of, if we're looking on a lack of energy, a lack of food, a lack of money, a lack of territory, or just even a lack of peace, and that would be the basis for the war. And then we look on the other side and say, well, that's at peace. But if you look inside the society, you know, there's a lack of money, there's a lack of food, there's a lack of peace in the household. That there's a lack of social satisfaction. Maybe there's a conflict with your neighbor or conflict with your boss or something. So it's not on the magnitude of war, but it certainly isn't peaceful and harmonious. And so if you look at the plants, for instance, the plants, you know, are trying to be peaceful and harmonious, but we keep eating them. So they basically have to give of themselves to feed us, and then they have to create more to supplement. So in essence, the fact that we're eating them is causing them to keep growing. And
So if I think that all the is peace in Earth going to the peace, we are moving to like another rotation, and the Earth will go in another dimension. That's it. The same thoughts that we have in our body.
Hmm. Well, these are really tough questions.
Can I say something here?
No, I am thinking with you. Sorry.
Hi,
Like a
Alex.
conversation. Thank you.
Go ahead, Selena.
Yeah, hi. How are you, everybody? How are you?
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, yeah. Um, I don't know. A few minutes ago, I just cried, and then I opened the Zoom, and then I heard the clear question properly, but I understood what is trying to understand. Actually, I feel our body is in pain. We want pleasure. Every soul, when they get pain, they want pleasure. They don't like pain, so they want pleasure. So when we are in pain, so we want to remove our pain. That's why we do make pain to others, and then we think we will get pleasure from that. In the whole world is happening this thing. This stuff is happening everywhere. The war and all kinds of bad thing is happening in the world because of the pain. Everybody in the pain, and it is different kinds of pain, and we don't know how to alleviate the pain, remove the pain. So we are trying to remove the pain different way, and it is making pain to others, more trouble to others, but we don't understand. When we think different way, when we understand others' emotion, others' feelings, others' sadness, others' need, and forgive them whatever they did in past to us or doing to us. Now we have to understand they are in pain, and when we will get that understanding to our soul, our emotion, we'll find a way to remove this pain and these kinds of behavior. And when we get in peace, the earth will be in peace and everything will be in peace, because we are all related. Sometimes I not sometimes, almost pretty regular, I say in Bangla teaching, we are in the creator's body and creator in us. Creator is in my body. So if we are all of us inside the creator body, so we are not separate and we are not different. We are bigger or smaller, we are same inside the creator body. So if we make a problem to each other, so it's never gonna be solved the problem. We have to understand each other emotion, each other feelings, sadness, and share everything. And we need to try forgive each other, even us too, by ourselves too. So that way, I think so. The solution will be here, and majority when we understand this way, everything will be solved. We are in pain body. We are constantly trying to get pleasure, making trouble to others. It is the problem. Problem is very simple, but we don't understand. We are not trying to understand that. But if we understand, most of us, if we understand, I think so, everything will be changed. That's it. That was my emotion today, my understanding today. That's why I opened my mic. Thank you.
Excellent. That's excellent, Selena. Yes, the point of the highlight of what you said is that, we talk about forgiving others, but we also have to include ourselves in that forgiveness. And we also have to understand that the forgiveness of the others has to go beyond this generation as well, because that has been encapsulated in our RNA, because our RNA is a summation of our trip, of our journey, the journey that got us here. So everywhere where we go becomes part of our existence, part of our memory, and that memory gets carried forward. But all the memories get carried forward. So the question then becomes is, what is our interpretation of that memory? And, so should we be resentful? Well, we have to ask ourselves, so if in our memory we have something that happened to us that was very bad, or someone caused something very bad, should we be resentful for that, and should we carry that baggage for the rest of our life? The problem, of course, is that we have to carry that baggage. And so we're like, why do I have to carry that baggage? Because I'm resentful for someone else did to me. And so it becomes really pointless to do that, because the damage has already been done. And I am just compounding the damage and carrying it forward, because now no longer the damage that someone did to me. By carrying that baggage, I'm now doing that damage to myself. And a lot of people use that as a badge of honor. Oh, when I was young, blah, blah, blah. And, life dealt me a bad deck of cards. And, that's why I am, misfit. Well, that's not an excuse. But they choose to take that as an excuse. And so that would be within the generation. But there's also transgenerational problem there. So something could have happened in the past. Oh, we were invaded by these people 300 years ago, and we will get our revenge. You've been waiting 300 years? And when you think about it, that's a long time to carry that baggage. Wouldn't you like to, have a rest? Why don't you put that baggage down? As a matter of fact, why don't you walk over here and hope someone steals that baggage from you so you don't have to carry it anymore? And so we have to make that hard decision. And that decision to carry that baggage is kind of gives us a reason for being. That's a lousy reason. There's got to be a better reason. And then the same thing happens if you did something harmful if your grandfather did something harmful, that obviously gets carried in your DNA. And so do you carry that forward? You don't even know that you have it. Maybe it's at the basis of your prejudice. You don't even know your prejudice. So, that makes life difficult if you're having these obstacles. So why not just remove these obstacles and understand that the universe is benevolent, the universe is forgiving, and the universe is bountiful. So, there was a time, when I did something and it cost me a lot of money. And I was very upset about that. And there were consequences as a result of it. But if we understand money comes and money goes, and everyone dies poor. Even the rich people die poor, because the measurements of wealth or poverty is in a physical state. And when you die, you're no longer in the physical state, so you can't take it with you. So forget that money. And so the real thing is the shame that happens when you have a lot of money that would be beneficial in some ways. I mean, money does have a positive benefit, but you know, if you have a lot of money and you want to get more, you'll get more, but you'll still die poor. So, you know, why are you stealing from others? It doesn't make sense. You say, well, I'm going to have more. No, no, you're going to lose more because everything you have is going to be gone because what you're having is of the lowest energy state. You've shortchanged yourself. You've fooled yourself into thinking you have more. You actually have less, and even that will be taken away from you. And people don't understand that. And it is hard to understand because people like Socrates will argue with you and use that as a form of entertainment. This is not entertainment. This is a matter of life and death. You're a soldier of fortune, so your loyalty is based on how much money you get. Well, when you die, you'll have no money. So you have no ethics because your loyalty is based on something that is worthless, money. And you know that because when the soldiers come home, they suffer from PTSD because there's not enough money in the bank to wash away the memory. And that memory will be ingrained in the RNA. Can we help them to relieve that binding energy? Well, yes, we can, because that binding energy is an acquired binding. This is a novel approach, because when you look at the generational approach to relieving the painful, Selena talks about the pain, to relieve that pain, whether it's from this generation or a previous generation, whether it's pain someone caused you or whether it's pain that you inflicted on someone, there will be a balance. There will be a judgment, and you will be the judge. And you always are the judge. And this is where the conflict comes between the soul of man and the soul of the physicality. And there shouldn't be a conflict. There should be a conflict resolution. Those two could come together because the universe operates that way. What we see of the universe is only a small percentage. And we think that's the way everything works in the universe. But we have evidence all around us that that's not the way it works. So we pick and choose through our selection process what we want to give our time and attention to. And so you can argue however you want, and you can argue that red is blue and blue is red, and so be it. You want to do it that way, that's fine. But if you want to accept reality, then sometimes the reality is a hard thing to accept. And you say, well, it's your fault. But I'm not accusing you, I'm accusing me. Well, then if I say, okay, well, it's my fault, I need to be forgiving for myself. And people are not willing to do that in our conditioned society. And so we need to shift that balance. So there is a blame. And so we like to blame others. But in reality, we're the ones to blame. So, you know, if we can't forgive ourselves, we certainly can't forgive others. So the forgiving of others and the forgiving ourselves has to work together. The net effect is the same. So it's a dropping of the baggage and understanding that the manifestation of what we have is a result of our actions. It didn't happen by accident. Whatever happens, happens for a reason. And it's easy for us to be referees and saying, oh, well, you did that wrong and you did that wrong, and I have hindsight, so my sight is perfect. Put yourself in the situation and see how perfect your sight is. So we need to improve our skill. And understanding the science is very, very helpful in understanding that skill, because a lot of what we believe is based on what we're told by people who are unqualified, and we don't take the time to prove it to ourselves. And so how many times have I said, oh, look, there's a hole in the Gans. Well, who caused that hole? How did that hole get there? You know, I didn't use a swizzle stick, and I didn't use a centrifuge. It just created a rotating field on itself. So what do you mean on itself? It just happened by itself? You mean there's no explanation for it? There has to be an explanation, because I don't have the answer. I don't have the explanation. Doesn't mean there is no explanation. And so none of us knows everything, and none of us knows a lot. But each of us knows something, and collectively we can figure it out. But in the process of figuring out, we have to be discriminatory. We have to say, this is part of the balancing process, and this is not part of the balancing process. And if instead of doing this on a physical basis, where say, look, you know, I don't want you here, so I'm going to kill you. If we can do this a little bit more gracefully and the way we've been doing it on this planet, is we either fight or we run away. But how about if we can find a coexistence? So you don't need to fight and I don't need to run away. And it starts where I don't need to fight, so you don't need to run away. I hope I've helped with that, Claudia.
Thank you so much, Alex. Thank you so much.
So Mark, just before I hand it back to you, I just want to add that one more thing, and I mentioned it earlier. You know, in the physicality, you know, we have a nearness to the plasmatic matter state. So what we have to do is, because plasma can absorb fields, or plasma can be a barrier of fields, we have to be able to open to absorb higher plasma fields, and we need to be setting up a barrier to lower plasma fields. And so the gravitational and magnetical boundaries are within the responsibility of the soul of the man and the soul of the physicality. And in between those two boundaries, we have our existence and our coexistence. And so this is the new reality. And so if we use that plasmatic energy as the means of navigating, using the properties of magnetical and gravitational field forces, based on our essence, based on our intention, And our intention is based on the balance between our soul of the man and soul of the physicality, you see. So that becomes the beacon. That becomes the light that we follow. And so wherever we land, not only would that be peaceful, but it needs to remain peaceful for the sake of us being there. But it would really be peaceful for the soul if before we leave, if we could improve the earth, because we've made a mess. We can't leave our mess behind. The amount of the mess does not represent the amount of the enjoyment, the amount of the beauty, or the amount of the contribution. It's not a make work project for somebody. Well, I created the mess, so you have a job. There are enough jobs. We don't have enough people to do all the jobs. Thank you all for letting me keep presenting every week. And I hope you're enjoying this.
Thank you, Alex. Thank you.
Anyone else would like to add anything else here? Okay, let's see if we can take the screen back. Oh, here we have Alex, okay. But as Mr. Keshe said, we left it to you lot for millions of years and all you did was mess it up. And we have certainly made a mess in a way. We haven't understood what was gifted to us, or we sort of got deeper into the matter state, forgetting our energy state. But as the mother said to the child, it's time to clean up your room. And I think this is, in a way, the process we're going through right now on a grand scale, so to speak. And of course, you say we haven't understood the cup or the cup of life. I know Mr. Keshe indicated it would take mankind hundreds of years to understand exactly what's going on in that cup. And in another instance, he said it'd take more than all of us on this planet to open up this knowledge. So we can see how many things are hidden and how deep this knowledge is. But we're working in that direction, and we look forward to the universal community helping us as well to open up this knowledge once we become a peaceful planet. Is there more you wanted to share, Alex? Please.
Thank you very much, Mark. I think I've done enough talking. I've either made things more clear or I've made things more muddy. But I think we
Mission
understand.
is to share what you think you understand about this knowledge. There's no offense there.
Oh, I know. And this is the reason, you know, we all take this very, very seriously. But I think what we're starting to realize is that maybe our desire is to do this a little bit more gradually, a little bit more gracefully, but you know, it's not easy to always be graceful. So we really have to be critical in our thinking and be very clinical in our methodologies. And so, you know, we've come to the point where the damage and the insult is becoming more and more extreme. It's almost as if it becomes a dare. You know that game where you used to play as a kid and you wanted to see, well, who could have the most the softest punch? And they would say, okay, well, you go first, and then you just kind of basically just touch them on the shoulder. And then the other guy comes and he slugs you right in the jaw and he says, well, I lose. I said, well, that's not fair. That was not the objective of the game. Well, you know, you are just a sucker looking for a game. Um, a lot of people treat life that way, and that's one of the reasons we don't have a respect, don't have a respect for life. We don't have respect for our life. We don't have respect for our neighbor's life. And that's why we have to have the respect in order to elevate to the next level. And there are some people who just don't want to go to that next level. So what's the choice? The choice is they bring us down or we bring them up. Well, if we can't raise them, then we can elevate ourselves to a point where we become immune. And we need to get to that level and then make it their choice whether or not they want to join us or where they want to stay where they are. Because where you cannot stay at the same point. You have to keep moving. So you're either moving on the same level or you're going up or you're going down. Those are the choices. And so we, as a humanity, have a new choice thanks to the understanding of the plasma science. And, you know, this is not a novel thing. Many scientists in the past have understood this. So I learned this before I joined the Keshe Foundation. The problem, of course, was that we never knew how to implement the solution. We could only talk about the problem. And so a lot of people who are getting aware, that's what they have. They only can talk about the problem. And unfortunately, as they start to understand the seriousness of the problem, the depression sets in as well, because you're basically becoming more and more helpless. Well, with the plasma science, we're becoming more helpful. And so it only stands to reason that if we enlist the services of a higher power, we will be able to resolve our issues, because we have clearly shown over the generations that enlisting the services of a weaker power makes us weaker. Thank you all. Back to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you all. I'll take the screen. We do appreciate you all being here. Let me see here. We need to do this. Okay. And this. Yes, thank you all for being here. And as we close, I just want to thank you all, and may you be proud of the work you do. May you be proud of the person you are, and may you be proud of the difference you make. A lot of times we're not seeing it, but we don't have to see it. We know in the future things will change, and maybe you'll get a feedback and maybe you won't. But it's all about serving. This is part of understanding the how the universe becomes an oyster for you, is to learn how to serve and to be there to serve, not so much to take, but to give and share and be in the right place at the right time. So we thank you all for being here, carrying a very small corner of, as Mr. Keshe likes to say, this very large carpet. And of course, use the shielding that the three wise men, if you employ them, will give you a beautiful balance of emotions in so many ways, elevation of others, wellness for yourself. I think the emotional part is quite important. And of course, the three wise men stand for the thinking good and speaking good and acting good, which if you can incorporate that into your life, I think it brings you health, it brings you wellness, and it brings you quite a bit of serving the others, because in this manner, you're not taking, you're actually giving or elevating the others in this process, or this shielding, as I would call it, in a way. So thank you all again. I'm sure we're going to see more and more things coming out of the Keshe Foundation, which will start to touch humanity in a much bigger way. We know we have the Aurora and its work going on. We have Mr. Keshe and the systems in the matter state. We're learning to use our own souls to elevate the others and all the inhabitants of this planet. And of course, the teachings are becoming deeper and deeper. And the more we understand, I think the more we can understand. And we're all on this journey, and no one is really ahead of anyone, and no one is really behind anyone, as we're all growing into the beautiful knowledge of the universe, the knowledge of creation, and understanding more about ourselves, which I think only you can do in so many ways. So thank you all for being here. I'd like to play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Remember all the offers in the store. This is one of the ways to support the Keshe Foundation. They do need massive amount of support from all of us. But trying these products, the migraine product, I mean, again, the GANS Twinity systems or the CycleGANs, all of these are, I believe, going to be made into applications. So this is one of the ways that you can help and support and help the scientific team to learn more about what they're actually doing, and even to perfect it to a higher level of reach. But I think we're going to see more of this all being provided remotely, the feeding, the wellness, the travel, and the rest of this. And this is what we heard from Nick, which had a very profound testimony a couple of workshops ago. So thank you all. And again, may you be proud of the work you do, and the person you are, and the difference you make. And you don't need a confirmation in the matter state for all that. Okay, I'll play the Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity, then the final disclaimer, and the meeting will come to an end. Any other comments or something we should have noticed we didn't pick up on, or a point you wanted to make that you were a little bit hesitant to do? Feel free, if your soul was sort of encouraging you to share something. I know that happens to me sometimes. I think this isn't the right time for that. But then later on, I hear somebody say something else, and I said, I should have shared that because it was actually relevant. So we're all learning to listen and work with our souls more and more, our energy centers, so to speak. Thank you all again. Have an amazing rest of your day. And we'll see you in one of the next upcoming programs, which the next public teaching will be the One Planet, One Nation, One Race on Tuesday in the public Zoom room of the Keshe Foundation. And that starts at 4 p.m. Central European Summer Time. Thank you all.
Keep Keshe Foundation Free for Humanity. Become a trial volunteer. And Mr. Keshe is making every effort to keep Keshe Foundation free and independent, and out of control of the multinational corporations. Therefore, we need more knowledge seekers with certain health conditions to come forward and be part of the trials and test. It's different than volunteering for big corporations with huge budgets. For one thing, they pay you to put experimental drugs inside your body because you are taking a risk. With plasma science, it is totally opposite. you are working with plasma fields that cannot damage you, and usually your condition changes or goes away. But you have to pay for it because it's an act of love to help bring the change to humanity. Please, if you could consider volunteering for these trials, not only do you benefit, but you bring benefit to others.
This is the tooth of a child, and you can see it literally to the flesh. And this is very few weeks later. Where the tooth is literally recovering and growing. And when you see the changes are so fundamental. And this is what our doctors and dentists are achieving. This is a life of misery, pain, tooth extraction. And this is today, a few weeks later. And you walk away for all the problems. How far this will go? Will it become a complete tooth in the next 6 months, 12 months? And would we see the changes? Because if you're a dentist, and if you're an ordinary man, you can understand the difference between the two. No chemicals, no medicine, nothing was used. The target of our dentists and doctors is to grow tooth where it has gone. It's been pulled out if it's possible. It's been the dream of the dentists. And using the new technology by them, I'm sure they will try. As you can see, the difference between the two is very clear. We see new bones, new structures, new covers appear. It's the same for us with the what we call the world of salinity. Can we create a condition? Would you like to change the screen, please? Right. Can we come to the point that with application of the remote, we can deliver directly, for example, to build a piece of wall of a heart of a baby, the way we did with a tooth, from thousands of kilometers away, without open heart surgery? Can we rebuild part of a kidney which has been damaged in your dialysis machine? Can our doctors, with a new technology, remove kidney stone without any intervention? Do they need to change the salinity within a kidney for the stone to melt within a few sessions? And now you understand why we tell you, volunteer. Do you want me to go to multinationals and tie your hand with research? Or do you want to do it yourself and help the others and our doctors to understand? We are not in medical practices. We are in elevation of the soul, how the soul decides to change the what we call dimension within dimension of physicality. And secondly, all these trials done by the doctors. We are providers of the knowledge. So, if you want to see if it works, if it can bring a new understanding for us, volunteer. And opposite to the other researchers or doctors and institutions where they go out and look for billions to pay scientists to find out, Keshe Foundation asks you to pay for, as volunteer, for us to learn, for scientists to bring the new damage.
Disclaimer. The information and education material contained herein is meant to promote the general understanding and dialogue of GAN's processing. Such information is not meant or intended to serve as a substitute for a healthcare professional's clinical training, experience, or judgment. For patients and individuals, such information is not to be a substitute for professional medical, therapeutic, or healthcare advice or counseling. For medical issues or concerns, including decisions about medications and other treatments, readers, viewers, listeners should always consult their physician or, in serious cases, seek immediate assistance from emergency personnel. Prescription information, procedures, and use of medical devices information should be undertaken only by properly trained and certified medical personnel. We specifically disclaim any warranties, express or implied, including implied warranties of merchantability or fitness for a particular purpose. Such information is provided, as is, and is believed to be accurate at the time of its publishing, but it is the viewer's job to evaluate the accuracy of any information found in this presentation. Every case presented is of their own experience, applied by themselves for themselves, and it applies to their case only. Every person experiencing health problems should seek professional medical advice and consult their course of treatment with a doctor. The processes of plasma balancing described herein are a natural process which supports the body but does not replace medical advice or therapies one is already subject to.